Like the Michael Scott character.
You've been drinking your own pee?
Everybody does it.
Eat their own poop at some point too. Really? Everybody does. Sounds like a mom. What do you do when a dinosaur? What do you get when a dinosaur sneezes out of the way? No way. How to defeat anti-security tags if you use them really quickly? Part in the transfer shit, you could have given me like, damn, motherfucker, I think it's moving. Look at it, just like, bam, bam, like a bat. Beautiful. Nice job. Nobody would do it like that. This is the problem. They have plates that look like this. That's fucking tragic. What's your fucking this is Jeff. Yeah, that was on a track. They should be good with what's going on up here. I don't want to go aviaries fucking my pool. Sleep around. It needs to be fog proof. Like that fucking thing fogs up on the pool. Rainbow, sun, hot, it's good to check because it's kind of eggs, but I'm not too sure what's the matter. Dude, it's fucking badass. It is full-blooded.
Some success in the first leg. Throws out the second leg. Almost was now released itself.
This is how it starts to pomegranate. Is it? You did 6 months. That's how you do. Hot. Oh, what a good idea.
I just love seeing creativity. Like I've seen tape
like that my whole fucking life. And what is that? What do you call that? Get me my measuring tape? Tape roll? Tape roll is different. What do you call it? Maybe they retape and measurements. Lengthwise. That's what it's called. Tape measure. But that's cut you short. That's a really good half. Okay, so what is that?
when I was in. Yo, she'd be like, dude, Josh, when I was in.
That's true.
We didn't have a lot of money, but we had the slot machine. There's Hilton slot machine. Why? My parents got it from the Hilton in Las Vegas. And yeah, we never had any money. But I knew where the key to it was. And it wasn't stealing. I shouldn't say. I could take from it, and it was like, I don't want to say it was a stealing. It was if you stole a whole bunch of money from it. But I know my mom would take from it. It was her money, my dad's money, and put it in a thing of M&M minis, put quarters in a thing of M&M minis, and they fit perfectly. And how much was that? It's like $10. But what? Then I always after school had soda, like candy, or whatever. Usually I get quarters. But why? It was like a thing in my school. It was a status, you would get fat. It was like, it was big to drink soda. It was big to be able to drink soda in school. You couldn't drink soda you could, but you couldn't drink it into class until 10th grade. Really? Is that true? Whenever we started going to that house, so I took it 10th grade. Any other stories you got, Mikey? Yoshi, I'd be like, no, it was something about that though. Shit. We were just watching something. Oh yeah. So we had these shit. Okay, so now, we had this soda machine, and so I could do this with the machine. Mark and Mindy. Look at this. Joe should be like, oh, this is my favorite part when it's like, too big for your computer. Okay, look, computer. There's your bed in there. I'm super slow. Tom Bosley. Alright, so we had a soda machine like that, and I had money for soda, so I used the machine a lot, and it was weird. There was one time I was there, hear like rumors like, oh, you know, like I got two sodas. What? Well, we never call it 2 pops. I got 2 pops. How the fuck did you get? I don't know. Just like 2 came out. Like, oh, you hear about it, like rumors. Like, okay. And then one time I was there, and if I recall, we had this teacher from Africa. I don't remember her name. She was an art teacher, but she taught a lot of study hall. And was she mean? I remember the girls thought she was. They thought all the teachers were mean. Which kind of shit. Yeah, no, right? They weren't. They were very sweet, but they were. They had high expectations, and this lady. I think she was the only person. Was she the only teacher of color? No. But was she the only person from Africa? Yeah, that's a little easier. Other teachers. Anyway, shout out to that lady. She's pretty. Really? What about her? You could just like people go up to, and I mean, they said they get 3,000 questions during a study hall, and this was every single one. May I please use the restroom? May I please go get a soda? Or they'd say pop. So you went downstairs. I go get a pop. Yeah. Go downstairs, and I'm at this machine, and it's like I could get whatever. What did they have? They'd have. I think, if I'm correct, they'd have Coke, they'd have Pepsi in the same machine. They didn't care. It was a funny reason. They had Mountain Dew. That's where I went. Really, yeah, I didn't keep my brain going, but I could. They had. And I bet they could do that in the future. Just tie whatever money's there to the company, and then you get Coke and Pepsi in the same machine, or whatever. You get not anything though, honestly. Really? You could even use one of those Coca-Cola Freestyle machines or whatever, and put Pepsi products in it too, and put Dr. Pepper, Snapple Group, or whatever, in there. You could Curry Company or whatever. You could put all those in it. Really? Yeah, Jam. You could put Jam in there. Really, yeah. A bunch of Jam. It's fucking holding company owns it. So, then what? Well, then you just tie the money to whatever company. Like if the user in one of those machines, let's say it's not Coca-Cola, let's just say it's freestyle, whatever you want. Just do it. Free for all. Call it free for all. Okay, free for all machine. No. Free for all machine. What do you do? He's like, come on, free for all machine. Like, yeah, okay, so you got a free for all machine. Let's say you got this machine. It can get you anything. You should be like Xbox? Like, no, it's like a fountain drink machine. Let's keep it within reason, okay? Be like, all right, fountain drink. I like fountain drink. Yes, I like fountain drink. They're like, okay, yeah, but basically what I'm trying to say is, instead of having, like, if you ever go to any place, real estate is very expensive. And to put a machine somewhere, in some of these places, it's so expensive. Meaning, they have to pay licensing fees, there's all kinds of contracts involved. If these companies, I don't know, somehow could say, look, we're not going to be able to get, they won't let us put 3 machines there, but they'll let us put 1 if we're all there. And it also produced water. If it had water and all that shit. Why? Well, people would go there for water. But they'd also go there for soda. Really? Yeah. But what if you don't put water there? I understand that, and well, you have to pay for it. So you have to pay for the water anyway. I mean, that would be a thing. I don't think you should. I think water should be available, but if you can get it there, then it's more reason for someone to come to your fucking machine. But instead of having 3 machines for 3 companies, they could just come up with one machine that says, "Look, we all have the same kind of syrup systems. Let's just do this. There's somebody comes up with a machine that's just basically like a soda safe. Soda safe. Whatever. Okay, so it's a safe lockbox? Yeah, it's a soda lockbox. But basically, it's just like when you press I want a Coke, the money goes to the Coca-Cola company. When you say I want a Pepsi, it goes to PepsiCo. When you go to Dr. Pepper, it says I want a Jack. Hold the company. Whatever. But the money just goes right to them. And how do they keep it upkeep and stuff? I would say that would be like a third-party vendor or contractor, and the company just pays them to fix the machine and make sure that the lines are clean and stuff. But they have no dog in that fight. It's like they don't care if Mountain Dew is being used more than Coca-Cola or Pepsi at that point. It's like at that point, then it's a pure taste off, and I don't think some of these companies want that. Why? They won't get chosen that often. But maybe they will. I don't know. That's the thing. If you have your choice of Coca-Cola Freestyle machine kind of options, and then you add all the Pepsi to it and all the Dr. Peppers and shit, that's a lot. It's a lot of choices. But as a company, I would say I just need that machine at every stadium and school and everywhere. I need that machine everywhere. And I don't care if my competitors are in on it, fine. We're all making money from this machine. Instead, it's like, where I was at the university, we never got Pepsi. Never. There wasn't a lot, I don't want to say it was allowed on campus. Condoms weren't allowed on campus, but you could not buy condoms. I remember that was like, I remember my dad, somebody went into the, it's called the Head on Mall, and my dad was like, did you notice anything in there? Or he was like, take a look at the medicinal aisle or whatever. And the person, people came back like, yeah, I mean, it looked pretty normal. What do you mean? I mean, it's just like this little store. No condoms, right? Oh, yeah, no. Nothing for women. Nothing. I mean, maybe now they have, like, nothing. No pregnancy tests. Nothing family planning oriented. No, nothing. So, oh, that's a great story. What the hell was this fucking story, yo? No matter how they toss the dice, it had to be the only one for me and you, and you for me, so happy together. I can't see me loving nobody but you for all my life. When you're near me, baby, the skies are blue for all my life. How is the weather? Okay, so they say. So much at school on this machine. So it would be like there would be random rumors that this that you could get 2 sodas out of this. And you'd ask older kids. I remember being like asking like a senior in school, "Hey, doesn't the pop machine give out 2 sodas?" He's like, "Yeah, I've heard of rumors about that. I think I saw it once, but it was like I don't know, very crazy. It was just like rumors of this." So I go ask this African teacher, "Was that who it was?" I don't want to say she's just African, but like just one teacher. That's how she was. But I thought it was cool that she was one. Why? Because we never have teachers from Africa. Anyway, we had that lady. And when I was in grade school, he wasn't a teacher, but he was in preschool. He was and he was gone. From what was she? I don't know. She wasn't my teacher. We didn't have class with her, so it's shit. Alright, so I would ask people. I asked like my friend's sister, "Hey Jen, does this pop machine give out 2 pounds of chips?" She's like, the woman who went to Harvard Law School. "Yeah, there are rumors about it, but I don't know. But if you did, it would be stealing." I'd be like, "Shut up, lady! Don't be such a fucking prude." This is the woman who's going to be Chief Justice in this. So what? I was like, I really want. I'm gonna go get a soda. And honestly, a lot of times I didn't even give a shit about getting a soda. It was a break from fucking schoolwork. So it's okay, I get to like, and it's a sweet treat and all that other shit. So I go down, "Hey sweet treat, hey sweet, shut the fuck up." Go downstairs, "Hey sweet, shut the fuck up." And I see this machine. Now let's see if we can find this style machine. Yo, what's that thing called? It's 1970s soda machine. Oh yeah, it's a 70s one. Yeah, it was almost just like this. Really a little different though. Did it actually have a can in it like that? I think so. Yeah, it did. It had a can, like a an example. Thank you. Was that it though? No, there was a brand, or there was a. It wasn't like a side one. It was like a different. It was very key. No. I'm sure they'll be able to show the real one. it wouldn't be that hard to find because it was like, well, I'd never seen it like this. So, that isn't to say you'd be able to find a bunch of information. I'm sure they're out there. Mike Harvey gets one of these, and it's always filled. There's some kind of system, there's some kind of service that goes around, and you buy one of these old Coke machines. It's refrigerated, and it always has Coke in it, and it's like a service. It just keeps it filled. And when it has like a monitor in it. When it knows that there's nothing to fill, it doesn't fill it, and you don't get charged. But when you drink it, it'll come and fill it up. Really? Yup. People like that fucking old style Coke so much, and they put it in a bottle that's a plastic bottle that sounds like glass, and it's like biodegradable and shit. It's a really nice bottle. Why? What else are they doing over in the fucking place? They're not messing with the recipe. Was it 70s or was it 60s? 60s not like this time. Was it like that? Those old cigarette machines become a thing, and they just have a camera there, and they can tell if you're fucking 21 and you're gonna scan your little ID, or for CBD as well. They have CBD safes. They have gold ATMs where you just buy gold. They have a Bitcoin ATM. They have a golden Bitcoin ATM. Hold on, is it gold? No, they have a Bitcoin ATM at this liquor store. Really? Where's it? Where you just can go in and put money in and get Bitcoin. Do you get anything else? We were gonna do it once. I had to take a lease there. It's like the only time I'm not in a cab. Why? I was going to a liquor store. I don't know. It was the only time I walked in. I mean, I had a hat. I just didn't. I didn't have a black. It was a black hat. It just wasn't. I would grab my black hat. Are you done? Hey, remember when you were like, hey guys, there's this 1970 film machine? And everybody was like, oh yeah, everybody. Alright. So it was like, it was really like the first one we saw. It was like, it was like, it was like this tab machine. Really? It wasn't that, but it was most like that. When I'm trying to describe the machine where there are different choices up here, so you're following me. It's not like a side one, it's not like the old 60s one, it's like, how is it today? I don't know, we hit like a couple numbers and it wasn't like that. It was just like a machine that just had it like this. Okay, so I was like, good gracious, ass both days. I'm looking for the right time to shoot my ski. Are you done? So there's that. Anyway, so I'm at this fucking soda machine, and it wasn't like I was trying to do this. It was rumors about it. I was really just getting a soda, and I want to put like 50 cents in. That's what it was always. And I hit the fucking Coke thing, and I think my hand brushed the Pepsi thing right next to it. Boom, 2 came down. And I was like, wait, what the fuck just happened? So 2. It's like, dude, I put 50 cents in, I got 2. Okay. So I go back with 2 sodas. Then I got them in my pockets. That would be commenting. Me with pockets with cans in it. I got thrown out of a football game. My friend's parents got a letter from the university not banning, but warning them if they wanted their ticket. Why? I was classically gifted to be able to carry cans in my fucking pocket, so this. Anyway, I just came upstairs with this. So it was like maybe an hour goes by. Study hall, like there's like, I don't know, 30 minutes ago or something. I'm gonna try to get it. So go up to the teacher. Hey, I have to go to the restroom. Okay, so go to the restroom. Put the quarters in. Hit the thing. Nothing. I mean, one soda comes up, but it was like something about this fucking. So the next day comes, same kind of deal. I go there and try to like move my hand out here. Maybe I have to like use rabbit ears or like do the hokey pokey. I don't know what it is, but I swear to God, it was like there's this picture of this fucking. This is how I was with Judaism. This fucking crow. Crows are so smart, and we like train them to get cigarette butts and steal cigarette butts and put them in a little machine, and they get bird seed out of it, and they're smart enough to do that and get rid of all the cigarette butts.
Alex studies wild birds, which he releases after 3 months of research.
Okay, so I was just like with Judaism, I was like a raven or like a crow. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. It was just like I interpreted people's behavior. I mean, that's what it really was. I was observant. I would go to shul and I would see how every motherfucker would dress, down to what kind of shoelaces they had, down to their fucking. Did they wear those shoes same day? Did they wear different days on Shabbat? Do Chabadniks wear different shoes on Shabbat than like regular modern Orthodox shoes? How does this fucking, why is it so much on shoes? That's kind of what threw me off at first. It was like, I noticed that some people weren't wearing laces. I honestly did notice this. People who were darker skinned weren't wearing laces on Shabbat. I was like, oh wait, is that true? I'm sorry. People who were lighter skinned weren't wearing laces on Shabbat. People who were lighter skinned, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Why aren't these people wearing laces? And then I learned there was like an Ashkenazi party. But I actually picked that up. That like, hey, the light skinned people here just weirdly are wearing kind of similar shoes, but they weren't all the same or anything like that. Why? Because it was the only thing that would really change about their behavior. Why so much about their shoes? I was watching their feet all the time because of the Amida, and you have to like watch it for footwork, and if you don't know what you're doing in shul, you'll look like a fucking idiot. You'll look like you'll look fucking stupid. Why? It's not like a normal thing where you know when to stand and stuff. It's like random ass times of standing, and it's like it depends on the shul as well. But that to me was the most difficult thing about Chabad. Well, aside from no English, I didn't know when to stand and to sit and stuff. Really? I'll never forget. One of the first times I ever said the Amida, I'm like, I get up and I'm like reading it, and like, I was done, and so I just sit down, everybody's still standing. I was like, what, I'm done. This guy's like, huh? Oh. Really? Anyway, so what do you mean you were like a crow? I was like, I would just kind of watch behavior and see if certain things worked that weren't great. I don't know, like what? Like I didn't date, and it's a very good thing that I didn't date. Why? Well, you're not supposed to, but also, it was could have been compromised. A lot of things could have happened. So it was like, okay, so is that one? No, there's other stuff. Like, I just felt nobody said you need to go to shul every day. I just kind of put upon myself to go to shul every day, and that's what you're supposed to do. These were things like it's not. I guess they're in books, but I didn't have the books at the time. It was just behavior that I observed. You're supposed to go to Chumash class. You're supposed to go to Kamara class. You're supposed to daven 3 times daily. You're supposed to daven tefillin 6 times a week. I mean, there's like all this stuff that I didn't. That no one told me to do. I just interpreted it like a bird, where it's like solving a puzzle. And at the end, it was like, oh, I've solved this fucking puzzle. I'm better at this than any of these people. Really? And like, in over a few years' time, it was like, no one's more kosher than I am. No one's more Shomer Shabbat than I am. No one's more Shomer Nagia than I am. Who else is there? I was looking for bigger competition. And I mean, that isn't to say like, look, there are a lot of people who are like really good about being Shomer Shabbat, but nobody's Amish. I was, where I wouldn't touch a fucking light. Everything was on a timer, and there was no radio, no television, no internet, no phone, no car, no people. I just sat here I would sit here, and it was a terrible experience, to be honest. What would you do? Fortunately, I had good friends, I'd go to their home or other friends, and we'd spend time together, but we wouldn't. When I'd come home, it was like, I would just go to bed and try to sleep all of Shabbat. That would be my thing. I would just try to sleep all of Shabbat, because it would be like, I at least wanted to check something on the internet, and I couldn't. So what? Well, then it's like, well, no one's that strict. People use VPNs. It depends on your observance, and there's no laws. That's the thing. But it's Judaism allows Jews to believe in a lot of things. It's very different. The way of which we used to grow, everyone was what we were. Everyone listened to the top dog, and your parents were going to tell you exactly what that shit was. And it was like, okay. And you just knew what you were going to do. Everything was just like laid out. And actually Judaism is a lot different, but it is similar, different. It's actually more rigid than Judaism, but nevertheless, you still knew what the future basically held, or what your role was. Okay, that's a really great story. Tell us about that machine. Oh, yeah, so I was like 3 days, 4 days, a week goes by, 2 weeks go by. I'm trying to figure this thing out. What is it? I'm like a crow. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with my body that made this thing bring out 2? Or was it just a fluke thing? But I thought to myself, it can't just be a fluke thing. Like, random chance. Everything happens for some reason. So, why did that drop 2? Was it like a glitch in the computer? Does this thing even? It was such an old machine. Did it have a computer chip in it? I think maybe some old style mechanical deal. Actually, no, I don't think it did. It just was a mechanical deal. Really, yeah. Where like if the quarters weren't in a certain way, and you push the money, or like it didn't go in, it wouldn't work. But that isn't to say it had like there was no like, please insert another 25 cents. There's no like digital readout or anything. So this one day, I'm there, no one's there, and I put my quarters in. 125. 50 cents. I've kind of given up on it. And again, I go to hit the one thing, and it just kind of was random that my hand just brushed the other one. Boom, two come down. And I knew it. That time it was like confirmation. It was like, hey, if you hit these at exactly the same time, you can get two. So then I'm there, and I'm like, another fucking 50 cents. Boom, 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 boom. And these things just start to the point where I'm getting three at the same time. Now I'm trying to see if I can get four and use my whole fucking heart and just go and hit like four of these fucking things. I think the most I got ever was 301s. But that meant this machine was now going to start losing money and losing money quickly. I go upstairs and I got so many fucking sodas. I'm like, I put them in my locker. And that was the thing that was interesting about that school. No one locked their lockers. And when I was in college, no one locked their doors and no one locked their lockers in high school. And it was a relatively safe place. Meaning, that's in public school, you could just never do that. And it's like, well, why was it so different? You're paying to be at a school, so you have an investment in it. And when you have an investment in something, you take care of it. If your parents are paying for something and you come home and you get in trouble, they're gonna fucking flip out. It's another deal if they're given something. You're given it, and it's like, well, that's what everybody. No, there's no alternative. You're not leaving your school. Alright, so that was so hot. This is your police responsibility. Huge thing. Are you done? So what happened? So who owned this machine? The school's athletic team. Athletic department owned it. So you were stealing from your own school, right? But it was like, we're paying a lot of money to go here, and we felt like, well, that was another thing too. When I say the soda was 50 cents, that was pretty expensive. We knew it was a fundraiser, but that was pretty expensive then. Usually it was like 25 cents. It moved into 50 cents. And then that got to be cheap. It was just how they fluctuated with the money. But, and then I think they went with bottles as opposed to cans. I think they went with a bottle machine. Why? Cans are messy. They just throw them in the other. People have a half a soda, throw it into a fucking open barrel trash can. But they're cleaner too. I think. You can charge more as well. Alright, so was at the end of your story. No. So then I had this like secret that I knew how this machine worked. So then I tell my friends, hey dude, if you ever want a soda, tell me. And when you do, I'm gonna go there and I'll get a free soda. And I'll take it and I'll give it away. Okay. So whenever anybody was like, oh, so I would go there and, alright, you ready? Boom. And they'd see it. Now, why didn't they just do it? They would, but you had to have the timing exactly right. And I couldn't do it every time. I could do it maybe 75% of the time. But the fact that I could do it 75% was 75% more than most anyone else. And the kids who would try, I'm not saying that other kids didn't figure it out, but they couldn't get like 2 or 3 at the same time often. Maybe they might get it 25, maybe 50% of the time, which is still pretty high. And it became a thing. Then people started to know, like, oh, this machine is fucked up. So they're really pretty just he's there. And I'm like, it became like I was doing it so much. Well, I should say, I used to just stand next to the machine. Like, you need a soda? Put your money in. You need a soda? Boom! And have two of them. And there you go. Yeah. So he's like, one day the athletic director sees me do this. He's like, hey, you can't do that. I was like, why? He's like, that's theft. I'm like, you have a shitty machine. That is not my fault that I figured this out. He's like, no, that's theft. I'm like, what did I do wrong? It's a machine. It says 50 cents. You have it's a shit machine. It's a shit machine, and there is a major glitch in it. He's like, yeah, you can't just take two when you've only paid for one. It's a fundraiser. I'm like, no, I understand. I get that. I get that instead. I get that. But you have to understand that this is very clever that I have figured this out. Somebody, please. He's like, yeah, don't do that. And I'm like, I'm not the only one doing it. People have done it. He's like, well, don't do it. So I was like, okay, fine. Did you do it anymore? I really did. After he told me, I did not. Really? Yeah, because it was like, well, everyone knows how to fucking do that. And very soon thereafter, they got that model machine. But you didn't do it anymore? After he told me, after I knew it was wrong, let's just say that. I assumed it's wrong. Why? Maybe my friend Jenny said that, but then I knew it. I was like, I'm not gonna do it now. Once I know something's wrong, and I've always felt this, and I don't think they do this, but when you're like 13, they should teach you all the laws. In Israel, they should teach you what all the driving laws are, but also what assault is, what battery is, what rape is, who the fuck, what intentional infliction of emotional distress. Why? Because when you're out in the world, it's like you're just gonna act like you know what you're doing, and society has rules, and if you don't follow them, you will find yourself in court. We'll also teach you how to change your own oil for your own general car. Really? Yeah, my friend and I was at the university should teach them. Why? They suck dick. Dude, your glasses? Are you done? What is alright. There was this amazing time in my life when we got a computer. We had one. Did you guys always have a computer your whole life? No. I think we got one maybe in like 1987, 1989. Something very old. It had an orange. I think it had an orange Cobra display. Orange LED display. Yeah, it was like that. IBM PS2 PC. It was like that. It looked like Halloween. Really? Yeah. But that's what it was? Yeah, so, why? Well, my dad had a big account. The salesperson. One of his major accounts had their orders that they put through every day. And it went through his home computer. You mean it didn't go to the corporate headquarters? No, I mean this was like the 80s, and he would like organize it for them basically. And then as I understand. He'd call a corporate office, and then generally it would be shipped there, or sometimes he would deliver it there, and then just get them whatever they needed. If they had something that was perhaps they wanted something new, you could get them that, or if something was broken, but very rarely things were really. I used tools, Snap-on tools, harder than anyone for 36 years, whole life. They've been in my mouth. They've been as like a baby. They've been in my mouth because I was holding them, hanging from a ladder. Socket sets, hammers, nothing has ever broken. Have I had other tools in there? That doesn't mean I haven't ever seen broken Snap-on. But I would see them when like U.S. Steel would break them. Okay, like Bethlehem Steel would break them. Huge companies would break them. Maybe a guy took had a huge tool and broke it using a hammer. That would be the thing. People would try to almost break it. Why? It's got a lifetime guarantee on it. So they would replace it. And it's like they're very, very expensive. You could buy like 4 fucking things for it, lifetime guarantee. It's been around since 1920, and so people know, like, it's not, hopefully, they are thinking it's not going anywhere. If I buy all these other tools, Japanese tool makers and things, they're different companies every 15 weeks. So if they say it's a lifetime guarantee, what, you're gonna go to Tokyo for your hammer? No. But you'll go to your Snap-on representative and be like, dude, this broke. Give it to them, and they'll go fix it. They'll have it fixed. Now, a lot of that could be done now using like an Amazon like system, most certainly. But back then, that you did not have that. And if you needed a toolbox or tools for a company, my father's a person in New York. If you need it for a local, like homeowner, no. Why? It wasn't an account. He had accounts. So if it was like a retail, they didn't really do. Not to say there wasn't a huge opportunity there, but he wasn't allowed to. He had to go to certain places. So but this machine, I got computer. So his big account, I don't want to say, so he didn't have to go back and forth, like that would have been a fax machine kind of a deal, but there was something where they needed to be able to send in their orders, and somehow they had to go through our phone line. So we bought this computer. It's in my dad's office, which was kind of an interesting part of the house. I think it was built on later, and so it was like, I just remember he'd walk, kind of drop down a little bit, and he had an office, and it was a pretty big office for the size of the house. He always had a pretty big office, and it wasn't just, well, because he had like that computer. That's really the thing I got money out of him. But we would use a computer. Okay, so what was it? He did this thing. We'll get to it. He did this thing that was pretty good for me, too. I didn't like it. It was very good for me. I didn't know how to type. I was like 4 or 5, and he gave me this book. Well, I should say, I had the book, and he said, I want you to pick out any book you want. He's like, you want to start learning how to use a computer, right? Yeah, computer was like, oh my god. So he's like, when I'm done with work tomorrow, we'll start teach you how to use a computer. Okay, so what was it? I'd sit probably in my underwear, like a blanket, and around the computer, just like, he'd be like, okay, so what book did you get? And I said, it's called Henny Penny. And he's like, okay, Henny Penny. Why? The sky is falling, the sky is falling. And that's what I said. It's fucking Henny. I remember Henny Penny. The sky is falling, the sky is falling. If a walnut falls, kids, it doesn't necessarily mean the sky is falling. Anyway, what's the story of Penny? I don't know, read this, but basically, like, there's that. It has different endings, actually. They're kind of, I don't want to say kind of sick. No, it's not one of these creepy ones. It's a story that I had when I was a little boy. And it's a fruit. Oh, Chicken Little. So it's a European folktale. Why? Because we're Europeans, kids. So if I'm ever like, well, aren't you the most American motherfucker there is? Yeah, but we're still, even the most American motherfucker still has European influence. But, I mean, I guess I'm not sure. An indigenous person, which indigenous person as well. Barely, but still. Really? Yeah, because like, people don't know. Indigenous people, most of them are not like 100% indigenous. What the fuck is that even? Really, they're like, what the fuck is that? But meaning to say, like, a lot of people think, oh, it's like one indigenous person marries another indigenous person. It's like perfectly indigenous. It does not work that way. How does it normally happen? Your parents tell you that you're part of a tribe, and then you have some kind of tribe distinction. But like, just how I was Jewish, how did I find out I was Jewish? What? Mom. That's how most people find out. Hey, Ben. This guy is found, features prominently in the story, and has passed into English language as a common Indian communicating hysterical or mistakenly with disasters. And similar stories go back more than 25 centuries, and any opinion continue to be written about it. 25 centuries is really old. Really. So it's like these are the thing. All the kind of stories have a thing. Arne Thomas, author, has indexed that ATU index. It's a catalog of folktale types and folklore stories. How cool is this? I want to learn all about this. Definition of tale type. Cinderella. Okay. So what is it? So I used to use this computer. Oh my god, I did this shit. And what were you to do? My dad said, you got your book? What is it? Penny pen. Oh, great pen. Great choice, kid. Start on page 1 and you're gonna type the book. And it was like, huh? He's like, you're gonna sit here and you're gonna find every key on the keyboard and you're gonna spine the book. And if it's a capital, you're gonna make it a capital. If it's small, you're gonna make it small. And then I'll watch. My dad was right behind me because he was still working at his desk, and so he'd be right behind me, and he would just watch me type, and he would make sense calls. And was that the end of your story? Yeah. Was it something like you messed up the computer? No, it was like Cobra's pretty good at code, so it was like a kid isn't gonna be able to fucking generate. Like they can fuck the Windows computer pretty easily. But to fuck up that, it's just like they build nuclear weapons with that kind of code. It's very consistent. It's not like today's code. Today's code can do a lot more, but it's just garbage in comparison. Okay. Then what? So that's how I learned how to type. And this is what I didn't like. Every time I'd want to go like this, it was like, no, I have to do it like this. And I still type. Like, I don't do it correctly. There'd be some kind of ball that they make where you can type it like that. Really good. Okay, well, cool. Anyway, so then we moved to a bigger house, and we got something home. And what did you get? We got something really great, really cool. We got something. Got a new computer. I'm sure I love the computer. Really, yeah. And what was that? Well, Bob worked at Gibbs Wire. Shout out to Will Gibbs. Been out there for a while. His parents own that company, but Bob sure worked at this company. And he was a wire company. What would they make? Wire. What kind of wire? Any kind of wire, I think. Was it like steel wire? Not so much. I think it was more like electricity wire, but not necessarily computer wire. And Bob, as I understand, did not have a. He went to high school, graduated from high school, but his I think his dad died when he was young, and he had to work immediately coming out of school. And he had a younger brother, and he had to support his family. So somehow, someway, he makes it from Connecticut to Honey, becomes friends with my father. I think they were my dad's customer, and they just developed a friendship, and that's how my dad made me. I'd say, most of his friends when I was a kid, almost all. So, then, because he wasn't from the area, so it's like, there are a ton of places to go. So that way. So Bob was like into computers, and he was starting a computer company, like in Seinfeld, yeah. And it was just out of his house. I mean, he had bought a house, and he was into things, and he had a good job, and so he was into building computers, and like I was using computer games, but I remember at the time Windows 3.1 was the big thing, and it was the first time I used Windows 3.1. I played. He said, someday you can come over to my house if you want, and you can play Doom, and that was like, so you want to do that? I was like, oh, that'd be so cool. And so we went to his house, and I remember seeing what Windows 3.1 looked like, and it was different than like MS-DOS. I'd use that shit. But I saw Windows 3.1, which is different than Windows 95, but I started up, or he started up doing this. Because on a Windows 3.1, it started to get to the point where if you don't know what you're doing, you can fuck up the computer. Or you won't know what to do. I mean, like, at least with Cobra, you won't know what to do if you don't know what you're doing, but you won't fuck it up. I'm not saying it's user-friendly or anything, but that's just how it is. Windows is more user-friendly, which means you can fuck it up easier. Yeah. But I remember sitting in a chair, playing Doom, and the graphics are the best graphics I've ever seen on a video game ever, because it's like a 3D world, and it had violence, it had blood, it had gore. It was like this. Really? Yeah. So then what? Did it make you more violent? That would be a good thing. Do video games make kids more violent? And a huge access to that. So meaning, like, all a kid does is play super violent video games 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 6 days a week. You put them into open society, and they've never interacted with society before. Of course they're going to be more violent than people people, they're gonna think their only interaction has been just violence, and then you put them out in the world, they're not gonna think that normal interaction isn't hitting people with cars and punching people. That's all they would know. They would think that's what you're supposed to do. They would only think that. They wouldn't know any other world. But so would hunting, as you know, in a pack, in a tribe, during prehistoric times. That would be violent too. I mean, at a certain point, you can't live your life in a shell as a child. So I guess I was exposed. So would you say you were exposed to gore in video games early? No, we never had. Well, the first game that came out with gore was Mortal Kombat. I did not have that. It wasn't a big game, right? It was. But my friends had it. Primal Rage became big too. There's some others, but gore was cool. What was the big one? Oh, it's fucking and hockey, but we'll get to that. So, and I'll just say to Bob and all my dad's friends, but they're the nicest people to me. Honestly, I mean, in a good way, but like, I never had to worry about them hurting me. I spent time with them alone. They never, ever were disrespectful to me, ever. Not a single time. I'm trying to think a single time any one of my parents' friends was ever at all disrespectful, or I felt like I don't like that person. They made me feel awkward. Never. Now my parents were generally always there, but it was like we just weren't like that. We just, I don't know. To think about like people who took advantage of other kids, people's kids, or abused them or anything like that. It's not anything. And not to say that anything like Bob wanted to be a dad. He was such a good dad. He adopted basically his niece and nephew and other niece. He had three. He basically did. Now, did he legally? No. Why? Because that would have meant he had to take them from his brother, and that's a hard thing to do. But he paid for them a lot, and they just grew up really, really difficult. Like, I remember his brother and his wife had a really tough. They just didn't have money, and I think there were some addiction issues, and so the kids were involved in like a tough life. So Bob took them in a lot of times. I'm not saying permanently, and I'm not saying he should have, because they would have lost their parents. But I remember my mom. Everybody tried to look out for these kids, and my grandma, I'll never forget, said about the oldest. She's a little older than I was. She's gonna have a tough life, and we were really proud of her. She went to college, graduated from college, and she was on a commercial for the college, and that was a really big deal at the school. I don't know, but it was a really big school, and she's a really great school. I think they called her Mandy, and what's her brother's name? Jimmy, that's his dad's name, and then Jimmy, and then I think they had a little, like a baby, and but anyway, they had a race car. Really, yeah, so we used to drive around a race car. Like this, basically you could buy, there was a racetrack where we were, and you could buy cars that were like totaled in the racetrack, like basically couldn't run anymore, but you could somehow, some way get them roadworthy. And what does that mean? Like they could run on the road, and people there, you didn't have like smog checks and all kinds of shit. It could literally leak oil. I used to have cars, I knew they had oil leaks, open oil leaks, and I would just take for it, and they're just like, oh, it's out of oil. I'd fill it like gas. Sadly, it was probably like a strip of oil. You used to be able to see my oil stains from space. Really? On Google Earth. I used to be able to see it. I can still see it. Really? Yeah, you can see Andre Grace. Really? This becomes Phyllis Campbell Road, this little St. Joseph's Drive. Okay. Are you done? No. Fuck. Why don't they have ability to see satellite? There you go. Can you really? Yeah, Andre Gray's. Well, here's mine. I got a few of them. Really? Yeah. I used to park right back here, so you can see it right here. You're gonna be, you're like, that's a tree. Like, trust me, there's one there. Like, and then there's one. Andre's got one. Really? You can see his picture in space. Because he used to always park in the same spot, as did I. So mine is back here. You can't really see it from this tree. Perhaps it could be right there. Really, yeah. Is that the end of your story? No. What about fucking leaking oil? I mean, I'm just saying, like, you could do anything in this town. There were no fucking rules when it came to, like... It was like the Dukes of Hazzard when it came to, like, if you could just get it to run, get it to run. And, but, like, here, I mean, again, you didn't have smoke, you didn't have smog checks, you didn't have vehicle inspection. So there's no vehicle inspection. The people in the DMV don't know what that fucking... let me think. Sometimes they do vehicle inspection. Actually, they do. For, like, new sale vehicles or something. But, like, if you've had that vehicle a long time and it's not sold, they'll never look at it. Like, here, I think you still have to go through and they look at it every 2 years. But anyway, Bob was a very nice man. My mom sold him a house, and it was on Holly Street in I don't know what's it. It's a nice subdivision. We used to go there almost every day. Really? Greenbrier. Can't remember. We used to go there almost every day and swim. And what else? Well, so what happened? Bob. We had a friend of ours. My dad had another cousin, Lenny. Lenny won a wife and was able to marry a woman, and through a program, and just so happened to meet her from Russia. And we knew her. Her name's Alonta, and she's very, very nice, very pretty lady. And she looks like that one. She's older. Her daughter kind of looks like that, but like, not really. She looks more like this one. Who's that fucking actor? AT&T lady? Anyway, she ended up marrying one of my teachers. Why? Lenny and, party ways up or something. But, she looks like that lady, kind of. I mean, she's a Russian lady. But, they had very successful children. I don't know, Carl. Television anchor, so doing quite well. And she's and I saw him at he's at Thanksgiving. And so Bob found out about Lenny, and it was like and it was something like this, I think. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I don't know if Svetlana, Elena and Svetlana knew each other in Russia and then moved. They didn't move here together, but I thought it was like this. I have a friend in Russia. Would you like to meet her? And it was like, yeah. And they got to talking on. That's how it would start. But there were also dating sites. She had had a very difficult life in Russia, and he said that he really liked this person and he was thinking of marrying her. And we were very much behind it. I love this song. Just like what you do, I try to keep myself. Okay, so Bob, they mentioned that Svetlana, they had children together, Carl together. She had 2 children from a previous marriage, and they were just the nicest kids. Became my friends. I'll never forget when they were coming. I used to announce to my grandfather, the Russians are coming, the Russians are coming. It was really, really exciting that they were coming. It was so exciting that they were coming. Why? Because we had like international friends coming, which was like very few people. When I was growing up, I don't know of anybody that had like a friend from another country who was coming. And so what did you do? Well, even before that, we got a computer, but we were very excited to see him. It was we met him at McCree's on and when it was in that little strip mall, and by Michael's, and sort of specialized. And they didn't speak much English, but they did speak some, and they worked on it, and it was really impressive that how much English they knew and how smart they were. I remember being intimidated. It scared me how smart Russians were when I first met them. And Bob told me, they're smart. These kids are smart, and they are. They're very smart. Then so what? It was. So what did you do? We didn't really know. I mean, like they knew a lot of English. They knew 7 words. It's not like they knew a lot. I knew yet. There was nothing else for us to worship on, but we had video games, and so they had never really seen video games, and this is their first time in the United States. This is the first I think they came in from Chicago and he picked them up. This is the first they've seen. I remember when Elena went to the store. This is Lenny's wife. They went to the store, and she got a cart, and she couldn't believe how much food there was. She filled up the entire cart with bread, and it's like, it'll be here next week. It'll be here tomorrow, and she just couldn't believe it because she figured there would be like group who runs on the supply chain. It's like, no. I think she got 2 carts of bread, and they're like, honey, we do not do this. we'll get like 2 loaves maybe. I mean, that's a lot of bread still. We'll be fine. But so the people from Russia had they had to mentally adjust. That's definitely true. And but these kids, I think they started school like immediately, and they were just they made friends. I don't want to say everyone was super nice to them because they were from another country. They had accents, but they did very well. They went to college in the United States. They did well. They'll continue to do well. They were the nicest kids. I was competitive with one of them, and I wanted to be. I would just say to him, it's not my fault. They played Rocky IV on TBS all day, every day for like 5 years straight when I was in the 90s, as anybody. So it made Americans hate Russians so fucking much. And so this kid had a pool, and when he first came, I was a better swimmer than he was. But when you have a pool and you're there all the time, you develop skills for swimming in a week or two, better than someone who just visits the pool. And so all of a sudden, I wanted to be competitive with him in everything. So I think it was gonna be like the '96 Olympics, and so it was like, oh, we'll like run next, we'll like race, we're gonna swim, we're gonna do all kinds of things. We were just gonna like, and he was always like, I was always like, you're gonna be the Russian and I'm gonna be the American, and we're gonna swim, and I'm gonna go from here to there, and then we're gonna come back. Okay, and he'd be like, okay. Like, he didn't give a shit. It's just something. And literally, I'd be like halfway through the water, dog was paddling, and he'd be done. I'd be like, I'll be there in a second. He'd be like getting up. They had a water slide. He'd be up and getting on the water slide, doing the water slide. Be like, yeah, they had a water slide, they had a diving board, so they had a lot of cool stuff. And we would, I don't want to say go there. Sometimes though we would go there every day. Bob didn't have at the time he didn't have a family, and he had his nieces and nephews, they lived kind of far, and my dad and he were friends, but to the point where this was very interesting. And Bob had gone through some tough times and was he needed, I don't want to say support, but we would have family movie nights and he would come over. It would be 4 people. It'd be my mom, my dad, Bob, and I who would watch Speed together. We watched the Joy Luck Club together. What else did we watch? Something else. Really? Yeah. Couple, but it would be like, that's how close he became, where he was like, nobody else was in family movie night in the house. And it was not weird. And then he got his own family, and then we did family stuff together. But shout out to Turn On. Where's that song? So all this to get to this fucking Weezer song. So my dad's like, we got a new house and things, and so a little while later, it's like, we gotta get a new computer. And it's like, okay, well, what's a new computer? It's like, is it gonna have the internet? That was the big question. Why? A computer with the internet? I mean, a computer without the internet. I mean, this doesn't have the internet. Right, so you can have a lot of fun with it. As a kid, definitely. And the internet wasn't about porn. It was, but it was about information. Kids used to, people don't understand, there's a lot of knowledge in my head that is just false. That I learned in a bar, or that I learned in school, but we didn't have the ability to look it up. So what do you mean you learned it in a bar? I grew up in a bar, to the point where, like, Joey Diaz's mom owned a bar, but I put the amount of hours I spent in a bar up against his, because he just spent the night in the back room. It's not like he was out on the floor, and that's what I'm saying. I was out on the floor. At least the laws in our states, in Illinois, was definitely this way. In Indiana, it was not this way. But we had one place we could go where a kid could sit at a table, and in a bar. That was kind of a unique thing that the university offered. So, what'd you do? I've just spent a lot of time in the bar, and so he would understand. Joey Diaz would understand. You don't have a fucking cell phone to look up who the fuck sang Mac the Knife in 19, X, whatever. So it would be like, oh, I think it was fucking Bobby Darin. Well, I think it was Bing Crosby. It's like, well, fuck you and Bing Crosby. It's Bobby Darin. It's blah, 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 blah. And these guys, you'd hear it in a bar, and it would be like, well, so what was the answer? And maybe it was XYZ, but it was like, you didn't really know. No one would look it up. Now people are in a bar, they look it up. But then, there was none of that shit. And there was absolutely no way anyone was ever going to figure that out. Because there was no book on it. Unless you saw it in a magazine or something like that. And randomly, it would be like, there's no way to look that up. There were libraries, and you could go to a library, and they had this card box. And it was like, you could look up a subject. It was like the first search engine. It was a search box. It was a card box. So like, let's say you wanted to look something up on animals or whatever, and you look up animals, it would have like a list of books that would have on that topic. That's the first kind of ancient, or not ancient, but well, probably does date back to ancient times, but more comes from a modern library system and indexing. Okay, cool, man. Sorry. You could go at yourself like a dog. Well, wait, tell that stuff. Sorry. For a decade. So what? Honestly, if a company fucking did that, back in the day, they would shut it down. They would close that fucking. You wouldn't have to really, absolutely. And it would be a long time ago. They would easily close a company down if you broke that kind of rule. They could, really. Now, fuck. Hey girls. Huh? Why couldn't you? Huh? That's why I'm shut off for you. Because I'm going to go to the other one. So what? So we bought this computer. Well, Bob would build computers. Why? Computers were expensive. He was like starting a little company. They were like, if you know what you're doing, you can make a little bit of money on it, or you could die. And he was just trying to start something. So we bought a computer for him. And did it work? Honestly, he had to come over like 3 times a week for 6 months. Like, all the little things. Why? I just remember him being underneath that computer down there all the time fixing stuff. But that's how you learn how to do shit with the cords and stuff. Yeah, was it that often? No, it wasn't. But he was down there a lot. I just remember it was not like a. But he had, rebuilt. So I mean, there were the issues. But he got it finally. Okay, so then what? We had Windows 9, and it was like Windows for the world. And they had this strange ass video, and Bob's like, they've got these music videos on the CD. You should really see this. And then like, we didn't know what this band was. No. Except it's Spike Jones. What's this? Why did you sound that made me so violent? Don't you know I'm yours? And I know you're mine. And you're just like Buddy Holly. And you never tell me more. I don't care what you say about us anyway. I don't care about that. So this was on a CD. Not a DVD, a CD. This is different. I'll always I know that you be there. I'll bring it to the sleep to our share. Ooh, ooh, and you know I'm yours. Ooh, ooh, and you know you're mine. Ooh, ooh, and that's so care about that. I don't care about that.
Stay tuned for more happy days.
What's the matter? What's the matter? What's the matter? What's the matter? Feeling. What we say about it anyway. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Don't care about that. I don't care about that. So why was it big? See a music video? On a TV? That's what truly goes on. But one of the times is going to sound closer. What? Yeah, I can't. I don't know what else. Somebody's hiding, is drowning my ice box. Somebody's phone is giving me chills. So I just close my eyes. Oh yeah. It's good inside. Flip on the telly, wrestle with Jimmy. Something is a bubble inside my arm. Gotta lose way to roll. Whoa. Mama is a heartbreaker. Say it's a heartbreaker. This way, it's the water side away from me, and they can make me every day. Hey, so be cool. Say it's over, goes down to the heartbreaker. Say it's over. Dear Daddy, I write you in spite of years of silence. You cleaned up
God Jesus, things are wrong, so I have this body of Stevens, well waking into his my father, stepfather, her son is drowning in the yeah, 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 yeah. Say it ain't so. Yes, say it ain't so.
That's one baller should have been. That's the most baller should have been.
You just know all that. What are you about to forget? Yeah, please don't mind all the Yoo-hoo cans. When you're on a holiday, you can find the words to say. Cause the things that come to you when you're on the on and in the sun will be playing having fun. When it makes me feel so fun, I can control my brain. When you're on the golden sea, things in need of memory. When the place to call your own, and you're just into the zone. Now that I'm in the sun, you'll be having fun. And it makes me feel so much I can't control my brain. We'll go away together. Let's make something together. We'll never feel bad anymore. I just fuck this guy, right? She's standing in the house. I was like, she's like stripping her right. She's like, oops. I just loose thread. And I was like, oh, it's like a sweater song. Really? Yeah. I haven't thought about that song. How good I am. Hey, Yosh, how are you? I'm doing really well, Mike. How are you? I'm really well. Do you have any of the lippers? He's like, oh, you mean the mint that you get by the farm? Like, yeah, got tons of it, man. I'm glad everybody's here with all this mint. Yeah, everybody's here. It's so cool, man. I'm so glad everybody's here. Yeah, we're on a deck. There's a deck here. Oh my God, there's a deck. The party now? Party now? Yeah, man, we're party now. am in there. If you want to destroy the sweater, hold this thread as I walk away. Hey yours, it's really cool that you're here. Do you need another lipper? No man, I got a Monster Energy drink right here, and I got a Mountain Dew Code Red. Cool man, I'm glad everybody's here. Oh man, I go, I sing, and I die. If you want to destroy my sweater, hold this thread as I walk away. And I walk away, be unraveled. I'll soon be naked, lying on the floor, lying on the floor. If you want to destroy my sweater, hold this thread as I walk away, sleep like my I'll soon be naked, lying on the floor, lying on the floor. Cool, John. Really? I fucking find another bug on this. They'll be like, oh yeah, I want this one. Really? They should be like, he won't tell you which one. cigarette hanging on his mouth. He's a cowboy kid. Yeah, he found a 6-shooter gun in his dad's closet. His grandfather was living, hasn't even known what. But he's coming for you. Yeah, he's coming for you. Daddy works a long day. He's coming home late. Then he's coming home late. And he's gonna give me a surprise. Just getting away from the back and This relationship and the thing around stage is better than that. If you really have it, then from there, like a family, why do you think it is? They have these fucking stories about kids and smart shit. If you don't shut the fuck up about one thing. Oh, 7-year-old shaving a brace, breakfast video, shaving a gun. Been suspended for 2 days. 3.5 years of that pop tech gun. I'm coming after this fucking asshole class teacher for this kid. And I'm like, so he's like, just like that 7-year-old chick who was shooting up in his dog. That's like the second grader, which is better for 2 days. It was already a rectangle. And it was just kept on biting and tore it up and kind of looked like a gun, but it wasn't. There's said, all they were trying to do was turn it into a mouse. But it didn't look like a mouse. It turned to be a gun. Totally understand. What a beautiful creative thing. Let's get you some of that attention. Makes me want to cry. Which has since switched schools and now lives in Houston. And I think the kid girlfriend should not be suspended at all unless he sues personal safety or an actual weapon. I'm totally agreeing with that. Really? Yeah. Why? You got a kid punching. I'm for both what he said. I'm in agreement with that. 100%. Generally, yeah, absolutely. This should have been resolved at our very first meeting at the elementary school, and then the school board avoids so much money finding this. The spokesperson for Ann, the Louisville County Schools over the settlement did not commit any further. So I would say see, here's the funny thing. All these cases have taken place, and it's kind of all settled law, and now the claimant's like, you
Just go to the App Store and download Stir Free TV anytime, anywhere. The 7-year-old woman is suspended for 2 days for shaming a breakfast pastry in Chicago. Finally sees his case resolved. Guess what's here? It's Exodus. It's on now. And it's 10 now. This story took out by after we first reported in first 9 months of winter 2015, known as the Pop-Tart gun suspension. Joshua was a 7 years old man in 5th grade, and at that time, during breakfast, he told us he was trying to shape his breakfast pastry into a mountain. He admitted it was a gun. Today, his family's attorney told us the disciplinary case was finally resolved. This, and we're taking the case to the state court of appeals.
good. Thank you. Thank you. Totally. It was until you fucking excellent teachers. I agree. I absolutely agree with that.
Joshua is in middle school now, still in Anne Arundel County. The school district today, via email, told me they can confirm his civil arbitration. August 25.
So what is that? This poor kid is eating a fucking pastry. Like his dad's like stuck at me. Shit. Really? Yeah, and I'm gonna stand up for him. He's eating a pastry. What happened? Okay, I've been a teacher. See, these motherfuckers have never had anybody that's the fucking merchant who's like Jewish, who's fucking been to university, who's fucking been arguably a rape victim. But I don't like using that term sexual assault. Because that takes, I feel, away from like violent, random, crazy. But I've been a kid, I've been an adult. Oh, but I've been a teacher. And when I hear that, what do I think? I think the teacher doesn't want to. Truthfully, I think I have a teacher who does not really care about teaching. When you have a kid who's like, was he, it wasn't like he was like aggressive with the teacher. Not like these kids who are in school or like there's a fist fight or anything. No, it sounds like it's just like it was, and he got a settlement, so it's probably true. Where he was 7 years old, trying to form. There's gonna be a thing in Israel, like you're gonna try to eat stuff into shapes. People make it really accurate just for this kid. Why? Because they said it looked like a gun. I would be like, what? I want to talk to the teacher, and I would say, okay, you know what a gun is, right? Do you know what a Pop-Tart is? Yeah. Do you know the difference? Yeah. And I understand what they're gonna say as a teacher. I don't want those kids. Everybody's gonna start forming their Pop-Tarts into guns. Okay, well, what kind of disciplinary? So, what do you have for students in your school? It depended on school to school, and let's just use on when I was his teacher, what would we do? I never disciplined a student, so I don't really know what it is, really. I was a substitute teacher, and I was a good teacher, and I could handle the students, and they respected me. So I can't say that there were ever any kids that were misbehaving. If anything happened, I would have gone with another teacher. Or so there were some kids like that, but usually they had a teacher's aide with them, and someone would go. So I was a teacher's aide, so I would be able to deal with those kids. But usually, when you're in a class, there are. I'm not saying usually. When I was in school, there's only ever one teacher, except in kindergarten where we had like another teacher. But that was because kindergarten, so I just don't know. And they don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to line up for going to the bathroom. So they needed two teachers. But everybody else just had one teacher, and we were very, very well behaved. So when I taught the school, I mean the schools, when I should walk out of schools, the kids were just excellently behaved. They treat each other with respect. It was a really great school system. And I know that there are other school systems. And so I've seen it from the inside. And I can tell you that if you want to teach, you teach. If you want to get kids in trouble, for a 7-year-old, I would want to speak with a teacher. One of those fucking Barbara Walters. I mean, sit up. You know what a pop time is? You know what a cum is, right? Yeah. Now, they're going to say, or I'm going to make the argument, maybe they're not going to say, they're going to say, I don't want these kids running around chasing each other. You know what it is? They're going to get crumbs all over the place. We have to clean that up. Somebody has to clean that up. I understand. You have a way of dealing with the children like that. What is it? They might get something written home in there. They might get like a note home, but as I recall, they would have to stand in the hallway. And you know what? While it was somewhat demeaning, and maybe in the future you wouldn't want to do it, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't. They didn't get you. The kids weren't crying usually, and what would happen? They'd say, "Go stand in the hallway," and then when the teacher had a set chance for this class to settle down, they'd go and talk with the child in the hallway. And it was, I would say, in the way that the school handled it, it was very respectful. The only thing I would say probably in the future you could improve it on it is maybe if the kid didn't have to go, maybe if there was like a room to which they could go where it was a private conversation. I don't want to say private conversation so that you could be alone with the student, but other kids would be going to go get a glass of water or something like that, or drink of water, and you know, a kid doesn't want to be talking about so and so likes me or so and so does that. There's not a lot of privacy is what I was trying to say. But if you had we had at the university clear glass rooms that you could just go in so that nobody sees anything's going on. There's some understanding that there's privacy, but there isn't any perhaps any privacy going on, especially with students, because I want to protect the teacher. Why? Because all that student has to say is so, at least, I mean, as a teacher, were you ever alone with a student? I made sure, but they didn't really put you in places to be. I guess there are like classrooms that are empty with recess and stuff, but I didn't want to be. And, well, when's the only time you'd be? Like, if you were escorting a student to a room or something, maybe then. Or if you're teaching them, but sometimes that would be in a hallway or something. It wasn't like, again, there were some other students who had teachers who had, so I worked with kids with special needs about half the time that I worked teaching a class of students. So it was like a different kind of teaching. Where, is it easier? You need more patience. But I think if you have more patience, it's easier. Why? You don't have 20 kids or 30 kids. You have one, maybe two. And if they're having a good day, it's an easy job. Really good. If they're throwing a tantrum and having a terrible day, you'll take those 30 kids who are well behaved. Right? But so what would you do to that kid who
made a gun. Whatever his name is. I mean, I probably wouldn't even pull him into the hallway for that. I would say, is that how you should be behaving? If like, I don't know if we say, hey, it looks like a gun. I would say, is that how you should be behaving here in school? Then they can think about it, and they can say, well, what's wrong with it being a gun? Is that something that we want to have here in school? And they'd be like, well, probably not. Could it be something else? Well, it kind of looks like a mountain. Yeah, it does. Okay, great. So make mountains. If you wanna use your imagination to eat, make mountains, and let's see what kind of mountains you can make. And then kind of like move them in that direction. That mountains are cool. Move them away from whatever the other thing was. But that's all that conversation is. A 2-day suspension. You don't teach a kid. There are teachers out there who are like, and I saw it. They didn't want to deal with a kid. I don't want to say I saw it. I heard it. They don't want to deal with a kid, so they. Well, I could say that. I did see it. Just how you did it. Our 6th grade teacher was a major. Really. People loved her. Really did. That lady who I fucked, her husband had this teacher. You just didn't like her because you weren't on her favorite list. And that's true. Why? You had to be on her favorite list. If you weren't on her favorite list, you're like, you're in trouble. Why? What was her favorite list? People who had been there. I don't want to say in that community a long time, which we had, but they had multiple children through there, so she knew their older siblings. If you didn't know, if you're like the first time there, she had seen so many kids that it was like you weren't going to really make an impression with her. And I kind of have to say it's not a good, like, so would you say she's the worst teacher that you had? People will say she's the best teacher I had. What do you mean? She wasn't there a whole lot, I remember. And so we had a lot of substitute teachers. And this one substitute teacher, shout out to this guy. We manipulated the shit out of this guy. This is so funny. I miss my. It's like, we're in 6th grade, and we're just about the point where we're like going through puberty, and we're not really like necessarily paying attention, so to speak, with like what's going on in school. We're more about like making new friends. Well, this one teacher is missing a day, and she's been there a long time, so she misses a lot, and they bring in this substitute. A lot of times what they would do is bring in someone's mom. Not always. Someone who had a teaching license, but sometimes there were like moms who had a teaching license and just were moms as well. Really? So, what the fuck are you saying, kid? Five days they haven't found this kid? Hasn't he sent a text message? Hey dude, coming over. Laying low. Yeah, she'd be like, just laying low. Really? You're just laying low. Really? Why?
Foot Clan. Foot Clan.
What's the Foot Clan?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Well, I just feel really badly for that kid. That kid, just from that, he's really, really sweet. He's sitting crisscross applesauce on the floor. He's even saying, like, I was just trying to make it into a mountain. Talk about making a mountain into a molehill. A molehill mountain, I should say. Really, yeah, what a small little thing. But now his family's had this for 3 years. They've had to go on for this. Oh, they've gotten money. Dude, they have a good attorney. He costs a lot of money. That's just all went to that shit. This kid's now 10 and a half. He's like, he has a stigma about him. Why? It's like, you know, he's like the kid with the gun. Big gun. You know, it almost makes you think of, they do this thing where they cover up rape victims' names, and I think that that's okay, but it should be voluntary. I think some women would want to say, I want to take my name back, and I don't want this person to have this over me. I don't want to live in the shadows. This happened to me. They face it, and they'd be like, I've moved on from it, but it'll help other people to move on. But also, if we talk about it, I would hope that young people, particularly men, because it seems like more men are raped than women, would hear those stories and not want to do it in the future. When people are behind closed doors and like they don't have names, the faces, and they just and why is it seen so bad? Well, it's a demoralizing thing. It's an incredibly invasive thing. On top of that, though, back in the day, it would be seen as like you wouldn't be like suing for a bride, all these other things that don't have any of that connotation now. It'd be like, I would have absolutely no issue dating someone or marrying someone who's a rape victim. Absolutely not. I mean, almost like I don't want it to be that way, but it would almost be like, in some weird way, a positive. That this person had overcome all of this, and I still think of them so highly that I'm willing to marry them. I think that absolutely. And have I ever dated? I think I've dated girls who probably had. Well, what is rape? I mean, really, why? Because they dated girls who have had. I can't advertise. I'm sure it's happened, but I haven't been that close with them. I've been close with a lot of women. Here's the thing. This is a good one. This was people I knew, but they weren't like my really close friends. But they would be like, well, I just think that I'm a very like rule-based legal mind, and I just tend to think that when we take rape and we can say that you can, okay, there's some like things like rape is, if there's one drink in the person, it's rape. Then why aren't we arresting both parties when we find people who are drunk and just drunk and making physical touch or like of any kind? Basically, anytime let me make sure I've got that correct, because that was not like a thing when I was a kid. Rape was a thing. Drunk driving was a thing, and roofinol was, oh, okay, I would hear about that. That's something I would hear about. What, girls getting roofied? Yeah, but not my, I would say, did you ever have friends who got roofied? I can't think of one story where it's like, but I remember hearing about those things, where girls would go to a bigger city or something. Not really where we were, really, yeah, because it's like, I hate to say it, but like, people know you. Everyone basically knows each other, or knows
knows someone who knows you. So it would be like, dude, so-and-so down the street's fucking weird. He keeps ordering a ton of Rohypnol. like people will like, it's like so, but you'd hear about it, and so girls were really, really cautious about it. What becomes big? These straws that allow you to know if Rohypnol's in a drink or some other things become big. What else? All kinds of stuff that basically, there's like a special kind of drink, a special kind of glassware. I don't exactly know what it is, but I think they could create it where it only knows if alcohol's in it or like a water-based. But if anything else goes in it, it changes color. They kind of make that with a straw now. There's a straw that these girls have made that you put it in your drink. Okay, so that's fine. A straw is even better. So just use that. Put a straw in your drink, and it can sense if it has Rohypnol. And what is Rohypnol? I would tell you it's the one drug I've never done. I don't know if it's the one drug, but it's like the one. Ludes are another, and if anybody my age tells you they've done ludes, they're wrong. Ludes are really like in today's day and age. E or ecstasy, but it's different, and they haven't made them since the 80s. So if people are like, I've never heard anybody say I've done ludes in the last 25 years.
But when I was a kid,
We used to have this game. I could just tell you, Keith Lamont Powell II would know all about it. It was called Drug Dealer. Really, yeah. But not, I shouldn't, hold on, that sounds really, really bad. No, it sounds really bad. It's funny. I would say Keith, not because of that, not because of anything drug related. He played that game all the time. We all did. So it was like, I was trying to think the other day, what did I have in common with this kid aside from penthouses? We had this game called Drug Dealer. Really? Yeah, but what was it? We didn't actually have it. So how did I get to know him? He and I sometimes would have study hall together, along with like some other kids who I remember would be there sometimes. Danny Sanchez was there sometimes. April Doxy was there. No, yeah, Martha there sometimes. Why? Just our parents got us after school, so I'm not saying we became friends with these kids. We got to know each other, whether we were friends or not. But kind of, yeah, I mean, and oh, so what was it? So Keith and I were not in Keith and I were not in high school, but this other kid, Jake King, which is very, very funny. I knew Jake King. He was always at the grade head of my class, okay? And he was like a nerdy Star Wars kind of kid, okay? Not a bad kid, nice kid, but he would say I was like a nerdy kid. We all were, well, I was as well, so that's not like a put down. That's actually a compliment. Nerdy Star Wars kid would be seen as super cool in the future. Jake, okay. But here's the thing. Jake had an older brother, Aaron. Now, Aaron and I would at times become close to best friends. But Aaron had already graduated. He was older than we were. So I did not know Jake and Aaron were brothers until, for like years. I would be like, yeah, do you have any siblings? To Aaron, his name's Liz. What's his name? It's great, but I'm good. Like, hey, do you have any siblings? He's like, yeah. Their siblings, yeah, they were in your class or the class above you or something. I was like, really? Yeah, Jake King. It was like, oh, there's a Jake King, a Jack King. No, those are my King brothers. I think that's different. It's a different Jake King. But yeah, and so is that who it was? It was either I think it might have been him. but he might have been it. But there's this other kid, Robert something. He was this like weird study hall that we had. Robert something. He was cool. Why? He either wore something differently or did something differently that was not normal. That you couldn't normally do at the school or something. Like maybe he had a backpack and like had a band sticker on it, and you could do that, I think. But it was like something like that. That was a guy. Anybody else there? I'm sure if I saw him. But usually what happened is you got to be a certain age and then you got a car and you didn't have to be there anymore. But if you didn't have a car and you didn't have a ride, that's where you were going to be. And so why did that work? Well, my mom or dad was going to pick me up. If they were gonna, it was like from 3:30 to 5, this time where I would study and do homework many times, and my mom and dad could come, and it was like a window when they could come in. So it was like my dad didn't, he might have been in Chicago and traffic might have been bad, so he might have been later to pick me up than my mother would have been or something like that. But what about that? So Jaking, I think it was, or one of those older kids, we'll say it, Jake, had this game, and Keith and I, oh wait, he couldn't have been Jake. Jake would have been a class above. Two kids. I think it's this kid named Robert, or Roberto or something. No, Rob Roberto. Rob Ribeiro is his name. That's what it was.
Shout out to Rob Rivera.
Really? Yeah. Damn, I think his name.
That kid, I think. Maybe. Some other kid.
Keith would understand. It was this mishmash of people. It was this random, eclectic group of kids who, what were you? We were all poor. Why? None of us had cars. None of us had families who had, either like they were taking us home or we were in a, I had a carpool
Later on, but I don't know. For some reason, when I first started at this school, I think we did not have a carpool, and it was like just pick you up after whenever. That's just what happened.
And it was like, once my parents actually, it was this, my parents found out that they had this, and they wanted me to go to it. They're like, that's the best thing we've ever heard. Why? Because you do all your, I'm not saying you do all your homework, but you do a lot of homework right after school, and it got done. And then it was like from like 5 to, I'm not saying from 5 to the night, you had whatever you wanted to do. I still had too much fun homework. But they used to be like this. Oh yeah, every class you get anywhere between 30 minutes and an hour of work. Okay. Well, but you've got 8 classes. That's 8 hours of work. You get home at 3. If you got home exactly at 3, like the bell rings and you're at home, you've got 8 hours of work. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Oh yeah, and you've got a soccer game. Basketball.
So, what did you do? I think they're baseball teams. Really? Yeah. But what was your, well, there's soccer teams. Basketball. You got the 2 seconds. Okay, this was a really great story. I'll never forget when they announced that they bought the TSAC. We went nuts. Really? Oh my god. When they bought the TSAC, we were like, what the fuck is the TSAC? Trinity School Athletics Center. It used to be Turner's.
I used to play at Turner. Played basketball at Turner. Big deal. I was on Michigan.
Why?
There were 4 teams. Indiana, Michigan, Purdue, and the university.
And what team did you get? I mean, every team got a Michigan, which is probably the best team. Well, we weren't the best team in that league, but we were the best. Like Michigan at that time was a very good team.
But I remember that was such a big deal. And that's the thing. Universities and things, even especially pro teams, should say to Pop Warner teams and like, what did we have?
With Pop Warner, we had some Ranger, There's some that are football. Probably not Chet Wagner, or something like that. Some football and they had some kind of football. And is your area a place for football?
Oh, it's a place to watch it. It's not like a pub. Football. But of what is it a hub? Good question. I think it was. What is it? Goodness.
Otis Williams. Shout out to Otis Williams. Really? Yeah, they made this fucking movie. Look how tight ass these fucking Temptations look. Really? Yeah. When I was a kid, it would be like what about David Ruffin? I didn't really like him. Why? Let's find this for Donna Shaw because she's high as fuck. It doesn't work. Stupid ass bitch. Please don't. I don't know. Oh my god, what the fuck? Why David Ruffin? Well, I didn't like him. I didn't really know that much about the Temptation until NBC put out this fucking movie. That lyrics too, baby. We just need to get glasses and it was like a famous
Did you use the font? Powder? So, when I was a kid, I would like ask kids like, okay, so what's your favorite band? And they'd be like, oh, I don't know. I like the Beatles. I like I'd be like, you don't like the Temptations? No, if you don't say the Temptations, we can't be friends. It was like, that's how serious I was about the Temptations. Why? Oh, they're so good. I could sing almost every Temptation song right now without looking at lyrics. That one I could picture either. This is a good one though. Why? Because my father wasn't this. I may have been left alone, but he was not a Rolling Stone. I like this art. The art Kobasi puts his one of the kites is tight. Put one of his teeth tight. No. Guess he's Kobasi. Who's your favorite Temptation? I didn't really know that one. Really? Yeah. I did not like David Ruffin though. Why? Because he was portrayed, at least in this movie, as a douchebag. Why? Well, he just seemed like he was all about himself, and I didn't like that. Why? Because I want every band to continue forever and never break up. And when a guy's like, I'm gonna go out on my own, I'm like, fuck you. Always, I don't like it. Long ago,
end of September. I'll always remember. That was the day when I had to die. Never get a chance to see her. Everything about it. Tell me on you. The truth. Oh, the stone. Whenever he read this out, was the song. Oh, I thought it was a load. I thought it was a load. I always misunderstood that. Whenever he read this out, was his own. He died. All he left us was alone. I hope I didn't say that. I don't know. Did you like 1972? You think you would have liked it? No. Why? I think I would have hated all that shit. High gas prices. All the color stuff. Oh yeah, we got sweet brown. It was Afro. I love Afro. I was JUCO. Are you good? Yoshi. Oh, stop. What the fuck? Get me out of here. We have to get all of it. They're like 29. Your job. Trisha, Amanda, Sweet Tree, Letter, Cookie, two, guys, that's kind of like one. Well, I just know my friend never got one. I didn't know what a Jody was until he had to tell me, and because of that, and Whitney is bigger than Whitney. Used to be bigger. Biraz kadar. There's this one girl. I don't remember her name, but no, she's a great lower than me is. And I was like to my friend, Drew, hey, both those guys in the corner university, both their parents worked there, and they did not go there. And I was like, shout out to Gina and your mom. Thank you for It's been my inspiration, showing appreciation from the love I gave her through the years. Like that sweet magnolia tree, my love flies so tenderly. My love grows sweeter through the years. My love me. My baby needs me. That's why we made it through the years. Like that sweet magnolia tree, my love flies so tenderly. My love grows sweeter through the years. I know that my baby loves me. My baby needs me. That's why we waited through the years. Through all the years. Love, my baby, my baby. My baby needs me. Who is this? Do you think you could just do it without any lyrics? Yeah. I want to do it with this. Really? Yeah. Can you do it all? No. Hold on. This is somebody's like custom made style. It's not. Oh, of course. Oh, of course. Hold on. One of the greats. I was born in Little Rock, had a childhood sweetheart. We were always hand in hand. I wore high top shoes and shirt tails. Susie was in pigtails. I knew I loved her even then. No, my papa disapproved it. My mama booed it. Like I told them time and time again. Don't you know I was made to love her? With a world all around her. Yeah, hey, hey, hey. She's been my inspiration. Showed appreciation for the love I gave her through the years. Not that sweet magnolia tree, my love flies so tenderly. My life goes sweeter through the years. I know that my baby love me. My baby needs me. That's why we made it through the years. To love her. Worship and adore. Yeah, yeah. All through thick and thin, my love just won't end. But I love my baby, love my baby. My baby love, my baby needs me. I know I ain't going nowhere. My baby loves me, but I love my baby. Don't you know I love her? Worthy to love her. Could you do all Stevie Wonder every single fucking song without any fucking? I thought you could do the Temptations like that. You weren't able to do Power of Love. That's a top fucking song. This is easy. Oh yeah, baby. Like a fool, I went and stayed too long. Now I'm wondering if your love's still strong. Ooh, baby, here I am, signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours. And that time I went and said goodbye. Now I'm back and not ashamed to cry. Ooh, baby, here I am, signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours. Here I am, baby. Oh, signed, sealed, delivered, baby. Here I am, baby. I've done a lot of foolish things, but it really didn't need. In there, you know, oh baby, seen a lot of things in this old world. Then I touch the morning, baby, girl, ooh, baby. Here I am, sincere, delivered, I'm yours. Ooh, you just set my soul on fire. That's why I know you're my only desire. Ooh, baby. Here I am, sincere, delivered, I'm yours. Here I am, baby. Oh, sincere, delivered, here I am, baby. That I didn't get to me. I can be a broken man. See it delivered. See, told you could do it. How about this one? Yeah. I want this. I want this feeling. Really? For once in my life, I'm someone who needs me, someone I've needed so long. For once I'm afraid, I know everyone against me. I'm gonna know I'll be strong. For once I can see it, when my heart used to dream of, long before I knew. Oh, someone home like you. Would make my dreams come true. Yeah, you, oh, what's in my life? I will let someone hurt me. Not like it's hurt me before. Not like it's hurt me before. Once I had someone I know can't with me. I'm not alone anymore. I'm not alone. Once I must take that is mine. You can't take it. Love, as I know, I have love, I can't make it. For once in my life, I have someone who needs me. Someone who needs me. Yeah, yeah. For once in my life, I won't let sorrow hurt me. Not like it's hurt me before. Not like it's hurt me before. Oh, once I feel someone touch no one to hurt me. I'm not alone anymore. I'm not alone anymore. For once I can see this is mine. You can't take it. Long as I love her, I have love. I can make it. For once in my life, I have someone who needs me. That's what my life.
At the Sleep, we have all the best brands and bedding ready for you to test drive all in one place. And for a limited time, save up to $1,500 by getting the King mattress.
Yeah. Makeup before I put on my makeup. Say a bit holding my hand now. Everyone be more dressed to wear now. I say
say a little prayer for you. Forever and ever, I say in my heart that I will love you. Forever, ever, 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 we're part of I will love you. Together, ever, 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 as long as it's me to live without you. But only me, only for me. Whenever I think of us still, I say a little for you. Girl, just take time. And I'll do that coffee break time. Say a little for you. But I never have you say in my heart and I will love you.
Yeah, this reminds me of this girl that I
Plus, I'm dealing with meetings.
something good. Are you the being that's not in the world? Do you need more? Is there something that you're searching for? I'm longing. In all the bad times, I feel myself longing for change. The times I feel myself. All these songs. At least something more. What becomes a big song? I mean, I know. Just the it must have been one of those weird, like, back in Napster, they would put the wrong person's name associated with the song. I don't think that's, I still don't think that's right. But yeah. Why? Because I knew Stevie Wonder fucking sang this song. But we'll do how it goes. Why? Because I know Stevie Wonder sings. She's a bad man, damn it. Just as fine as she can be. She's a bad man, damn it. Just as fine as she can be. She's got a figure. She's poetry, emotion, beautiful sight to see. But also, if you had it, turn her enemy. She's good, or she's back. Got all of her and Mike. She's good, oh, she's back. Got all of her. Together, she's a bad man again. Just as fine as she can be. She's a bad man again. Just as fine as she can be. Fancy, fancy.
would be big names like Carl Carlson.
Really? Why?
I don't know. I'm sure it's easy. It's just like whatever you can make. Yes, some make it easy. That's all people are about what they can. You make it super fucking complicated. Is it just about making it easy? Not always. Sometimes about creativity.
Colby.
Just as fine as she can be. She's that melancholy. Just as fine as she can be. She's that melancholy. Just as fine as she can be. I wonder. I think they had this. We should like. No, we should stop. I'm really into sports, kind of. I'm gonna start my own Helmets Foundation. Really? Yeah, shout out to the Helmets Foundation. They're on fucking Pico or some shit. Really? Bush? Just this random fucking foundation. They gave away. It was like somebody one day was like, dude, I'm just gonna come up with my own fucking system of naming the best teams ever. So, who wins the national championship? The university every year. But they also have 0 wins. Really? Yeah. People are like, this system sucks. I'd be like, I know. Wait, there's more. It gets worse. What? Well, no, we would just take whatever, like, the BCS was and then all that shit. Whatever those winners were. But it would be, like, one long fucking thing where it would be, like... So, like, Yale would still be just fucking having bragging rights on everybody. Like, what, Alabama? What university? Huh? It was like 26 of us. Bro, they were from like 1800s, nobody's playing then. Can you count? Scoreboard. 26 fucking damage. How many do you have? And they'd be like, well, play us now. Give them a little time. Once some kid's like, I can get a Yale degree and not have to pay for it and get all the same fucking benefits that I'm getting out of the fucking University of Latvia, bro. Maybe, or that's big school, big school. In Mexico, some kid is like, there's no way some kid in New Mexico is going to Harvard if he doesn't get a scholarship. And I had a friend of mine who played football at Harvard, and he was smart. Well, I shouldn't say I knew him very well, to the point where I could tell you all his ins and outs. So we didn't have class together. He had, he was a friend of my friend. He was a friend of my friend from high school, who I met when I was in college. And he played football while they were in college. While he was in Harvard. And we're at the university. Was he good at football? No, that's the funny thing. We'd see football players and it was like, this kid's not that big. We could probably, not maybe. Actually, my roommate definitely probably could have played there. But yeah, he is 6'6", so I mean, they could play a receiver or something. probably would have been one of the taller players on their football team. Couldn't remember who it was. But he did. But I would always say to him, and he should know, he definitely could have made that team. But it's about getting hit and all that shit. But he definitely could have made that team. Why? He lived next door to the quarterback, who was our friend. Technically, that quarterback was my roommate, but he was living in that person's spot. We were all really, really close. It's not like he could have just been like, hey, there's this kid, he could be a walk-on. Coach, take a look at him. He's tall, and he's got a big set of fucking hands to catch the ball. And he easily could have gotten the walk-on. Not scholarship anymore. But this kid, he wasn't that big. And I just remember being like, what's their deal there? They don't give scholarships for athletics. Why? Well, as I understand, their alumni bases don't want them to didn't want them to become football factories, so to speak. And I think also it can water down the so they sell themselves to potential future student athletes on the fact that they're the best academic schools in the country. I mean, I would just tell you this, kids. You can't sell yourself on that anymore. Really? You absolutely not. Cannot. University used to do that shit. But people want that rah-rah bullshit. And when you look at a Harvard-Yale game and it's like, there are like 1,000 people in the stands, and that's the game. That's a huge fucking game. It's like, I mean, they're like 3,500 people in the stadium. The amount of money between the Harvard-Yale alumni base is calculable, but almost incalculable. Just between their like tailgate, like a Harvard-Yale tailgate, is scary money. So for them to not utilize that, like I'll say from my friends at university, I've gotten to know friends and colleagues and such in the Ivy League, and it's somewhat this bullshit. Zuckerberg. Dude. They would not like that shit. And I think that would get taken down.
Dude, am I gonna have to create a fucking Facebook account just so I can watch this fucking show? Zuckerberg is a fucking cut-rate bastard.
Anyway, what was I saying? This is Harvard for you. Assholes. It's not like the smartest kid, it's assholes. God damn it. I'm gonna have to create a Facebook account. When's your birthday? May 14th. 1948. Why? Sign up with email. I like when it pops down like that, but to be in that would be a big thing. Okay, I'm a custom. Selection. Fucking this thing. I sent them a fucking letter once, cunt right bastards. There's an error with your registration. What the fuck? Zuckerberg. Cunt. You're 002. Like, why do you need to know my fucking pronoun right now? You should want me to sign up as quickly as possible, and then, once I'm signed up, I can fill out all that shit. But get me to sign up already. Like, every time you add a question there, it's a far less chance I'm going to sign up. Or it adds one other issue. Registration error. You're saying, oh, registration error? Oh, good, you got a registration error. Really? Dude, get some food. What was your favorite, the registration errors? Definitely. Sign up for your account, Zuckerberg asked me to do. Yeah. Hey, sign in. Hey, I use this app every fucking time. I go, oh, okay. Sign in. Okay. Oh, good. Keep me signed in? Oh, yeah. Remember when it was like, keep signed in, and you had that thing that was like, keep me signed in? Remember that? No. Think. Do you remember that? That doesn't work. Really? Yeah. We put that there. Alice Walton was like What up, bitches? I put that fucking button there, it don't do shit. Huh? Hey, ladies. Why? Why would Alice Walton do such a thing? Double bubble? Yosh. Hey, updated booster. That's what they call a booster. Updated booster. I got myself an updated booster. Please don't do this. Please don't just start getting fucking... Oh, dude, you gotta get some... No. Did you fuck up? Hey, Blindster. You need some Flamin' Hots. Why? You should be like, dude, party size? Good dog. What are you doing? I'm like, yo, it's party size. He'd be like, yeah. Are we having a party? Really? You don't. Why doesn't it say how much they are each? It's like, oh, you wanted to know, guys, come here, guys, this person's ordering, and they're like, huh, I wonder what they are each. And we were like, Alice Walton was like, psh, fuck your couch! Really? Stupid bitch is just like, dude, hold on. Did it do the thing? Review? Substitution preferences. How about allow? If you fucking substitute one fucking thing. Wait, did they just allow it? Or did they not allow it? Allow substitutions. Is that off? It's off? It should be like red. Oh, allow substitutions? Like, oh yeah, I want that one. Like, I could see people being like, oh yeah, allow substitutions. When it's... It needs to be a red thing there. It's just tell me no. Really? Yeah. Why? Maybe a red thing with a little grid in the background. If you're colorblind, then you can at least tell too. It's like got a grid. Really? Yeah. Why? Because people are colorblind. And they're really poor as I am. Let's see if this works. Yo, Doug Clean at night. Doug Flutie in the night. Wow. Okay, now what Yoshi'd say? Yoshi, be like, oh, you need a Facebooker. Why? They'd be like, oh, you don't know about Mark Zuckerberg's little pet project over here called Facebook? Hi, Facebook. Hi, hey, Facebook. How are you? How are you, Facebooker? Zuckerberg, you fucking asshole. Everyone hates you. Everyone. I swear to God, I want to meet somebody. He was on... I'm so jealous. I'm fucking deeply jealous of him. Really? Yeah. Is this gonna work? Just look at... Just look. It's gonna be like, oh, sorry. Your account has been disabled. We can't review it because too much time has passed. It's like... What if you did it for like a... I don't know. They've changed their policies. What if you did it for something that you... A policy that you changed that may be something that is okay now? Oh, you've been disabled. Hey guys, I'm Mark Zuckerberg. Wanna be my friend? Hey Yosh.
Hey, my name is Mark Zuckerberg. Everyone likes my little project. It's called Facebookers. You want to join it? You want to join it? Everybody likes my friends. I like Facebook. You like Facebook. We all like Facebook. I was on this motherfucking thing when it's called The Facebook. That's how old I am. Why don't you log in Panorama.com? Oh, okay. It's a great idea, kid. Gmail. So anyway, Mark Zuckerberg is an asshole. Is he? Actually, Harvard's gonna say he dropped out. As did Bill Gates, so we can't really take credit for these two assholes. Is he a piece of shit? Mark Zuckerberg? Yeah. What did he do? Bishop, what did he do to you? Mikey, what did he do to you? He stole everybody's fucking information and then was like, he used it against them to basically blackmail them. Papa Rabbi died for. Did he? He blackmailed them? You should be like, he blackmailed them? Whoa. Protect your account. Hey Google, get the Gmail app. Look at their thing. This should be an illegal practice. Where I have to scroll down and say I'm not interested. No. It's just bullshit. Hi Google. Is it called BibleRabbi.com? Google's such a bad company. Sure, I'll work there starting next Monday. It's a Monday after you fuck Hillary Clinton. It's like, oh yeah, is that tonight? You gonna fuck Hillary Clinton tonight? Into which broken in. Oh, October 21st. Shout out to my friend Ari. I think it's birthday. It's very close. And Hillary Clinton's is coming up on the 26th. Really? Yeah. Is it called May 11th? 1948. And May 11th? What the fuck are you doing? May 14th. Custom. Oh, and then Zen Zuckerberg's like, how can I wish you a birthday? It's like, you don't fucking care. Why wouldn't it just say wish your name? Wish Tom a happy birthday. Hi Tom, happy birthday. Oh no, wish them. It's them. Tom isn't them. Huh? No, Tom. I call Tom. Tom. Oh. Are you done? Is this a thing? The Google account team. Are you done? Hey man. Talk about the worst. Oh, I bet his shit doesn't work. Oh, he didn't send him that one? Oh shit. Okay, what am I doing? Do you hate Mark Zuckerberg? I hate him. I hate his wife. I'm gonna hate fuck her. Into the netherworld. She's one of the top 4 chicks. Sadly. Really, yeah. Who is it? There's Federal Reserve. That chick. His doctor. And bums. Are you done?
Huh? Ass is what you want to say. Google hashtag Bible Rabbi. Cancel. Is it called Google Bible Rabbi? BibleRabbi.com. 000. YouTube, introducing YouTube handles. Oh, that was a really great story. Really? Is it in like spam? Facebook. No. Hi Mary. Dude. Just send. Facebook. Zuckerberg, you cunt rat. Are you serious? Well, I kind of hate this Facebook for them, like, a lot. Okay, so send. You can also enter a code to send to. And it didn't send me a code. And it didn't send me a code. This is the worst. I hope everyone at Facebook gets fired. They're all terrible people. Your shit doesn't work. Really? Zuckerberg? What the hell is YouTube handles? What is it to choose a handle for all channels? We're gonna have to do this to a billion numbers. This sucks. I hate you, Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg, you're a fucking asshole. I fucking hate you. It's passion. Would have done good in life. Such a piece of shit. Facebook. You suck dick. Create a new account. You should be like, oh man, .com 4. You can make it 2. Oh, honeycomb, be mom. May 14th. What's the date? 1948. Lozier, like Dan Lozier. Wish them a happy birthday. Sign up. Dude, did he not send out think his fucking thing works. Wait, what the hell is this? Facebook is, this is an illegal practice. They're saving my cookies. Oh, you're sure they're saving my cookies. But they are. Motherboard parties? I mean, if you had like a... God damn it. Your ad block has been updated. Cool, dog. You guys should be like, ah, thank you. Right? What in the hell? Do you hate my typical confusion? Do you want to see him die? It'd be a beautiful thing. Oh, one, it's your Facebook code, do that. Nothing. Yosh. How does it know? How does it know? Couldn't look X. What's it called? The Facebookers? Oh, it's already logged into something. Really? Yeah, you're fucked. Torch. Oh, honeycomb, be my bone. I hate you with a passion, Mark Zuckerberg. If there were anyone I hated on Earth, dude, are you not working? What the fuck is this? Facebookers. Hey, Facebook. Create a new account. They say, you got my account. How do you spell Ardo? The TH? Okay. Oh, I bet it's just knowing. He keeps thinking that that's your thing. Really? Yeah, which is like not a good way to do their fucking thing. I wear a suit because my dad wore a suit. Like that. Hey, Aaron, something. May? Is it called May? 14th. So your pound now. Sign up. It's gonna sign you up. You keep using the same shit. Blah. What the fuck? Just put a different date. Yeah, say, oh, you want to go to O22? Nothing. Zuckerberg, well, you gotta put the right email. But shut the fuck up, Zuckerberg. I love how I'm getting like extra. Oh my god, I got one. Yo, it's 5 0 5 6 6. Oh yeah, Zuckerberg. Everyone uses 6 digits, and you have to use 5. You can't. Why? Because then I have to even look again. Like, did I have it correctly? Dude, dude. Gosh. Come on, don't be a bitch. Facebook, why does it take so long? You know it's like your thing. I just made it. Oh, okay. Connected. I want to do it. Oh, you can choose yourself. That's me. Oh, choose you. Continue everybody. Everybody. Oh no, you can sell everything. You can watch me sleep. Store my voice recordings. Oh my god, if it doesn't have that fucking show, I'm gonna be like, what did I fucking do wrong, Zuckerberg? Like, Priscilla Champ, I fucking hate you so much just because of someone you married. Hey, bro.
Yoshi would be like, oh, did you see I got a toy? He'd be like, I got a toy, it's called a Zuckerberg. Do you hate Mark Zuckerberg? Yes. Like if I was on a stand, they'd be like, do you hate him? I'd be like, excuse me. Yes, there's this thing on yes. I fucking hate Mark Zuckerberg. Mark, if I knew your middle name, I would say I fucking hate Mark. Whatever your fucking middle name is, Zuckerberg. That guy right there, I'd be like, that motherfucker right there, I fucking hate it. And then you have to like take away the mic. Hey, I'm off to Torrance. Hi, Katie Porter. I should know who that is. He's like, oh man, I feel like I live in OC, man. Really? He'd be like, oh, I totally live in the OC. Hey, remember when I was like, hey, let's have it as dark as possible. Zuckerberg's like, oh, for the environment, let's have no one be able to see our fucking piece of technology. Hey, I'm gonna fly away. Bye, Mark. Bye. Really? Mark, it was so fun to be your friend. You're on my favorites. I think you're my favorite. It goes Mark Zuckerberg, fuck you. It goes Mark Zuckerberg, Priscilla. Really? Do you think it goes Mark Zuckerberg or Mark and Priscilla Chan, or is it Mark Zuckerberg and Mark and Priscilla? Gee, he should be Mark Zuckerberg Chan. If you're really fucking serious about your marriage, you're dead. Both you change your fucking names. That's a good one. Really? Yeah. Why? Because then it'd be like, hey, Mark Zuckerberg Chan, I fucking hate you. And then you'd know I hate. I hate them. I only hate her because she loves him or stays with him. If she left him, I'd have a fucking banner right there. Priscilla Chan. That's so cool. Students at the university, when they wouldn't like a policy, would take a banner and stick it outside their window. Become really big. Really, yeah. And people would flip out if you had banners up. They used to have these giant banners. Really, yeah. What was it? So this one guy at the university, I forget who he was. What did he do? What did he do? No, I should be like, what did he do? Well, I don't think they do this anymore, but I think they would start at that. Where you would decorate your dorm with a banner. Some dorms, and these banners were so big they'd take up the whole building. Is something calling on you? So Zom used to do this. Big time. Really? Remembering Zom. Zom raises a banner. Dude, we're gonna fucking put this up. Really? It's like, well, why didn't you live in Zom? I wouldn't have graduated. So this is the thing. When you have a dorm, it's like a huge house of like
it's almost like a family where you could be like knock on somebody's door and like, hey, we need your help, and it's like, okay, and you'll stop whatever you're doing and you'll go help them. And so it's like, hey, we're doing a banner raising, and like, oh, okay. Did you ever help with this? One year, I think of my freshman year, I helped my friend Phil with it, and this kid also got tased on the fucking North Quad. That cop got fired. Really? Yeah. What happened? So as I recall, it wasn't exactly when the banner was being raised, but and where were you? I was with my friend. We were doing stuff before the game, and we would. So why would he have you there? Because I could bring girls. Really, yeah. So guys, if you're a guy and you can bring girls, guys will want you around. Really, yeah. And not only that, I could bring pretty girls. I could bring the girls you wanted me to bring. So did you bring them there? Sometimes, but not a lot. Why? Those guys were kind of animals, so I didn't want to be associated with that too much. But so we were. It was a Friday. I don't know. It was a Friday before football, which is the best time ever. A Friday before football Fridays. Well, they used to be. They used to be mystical, where it was like. I talked about that day. Amazing. Are they? Yeah, like they're amazing. Yeah, no, they used to be. Now? No. Why? It's a different place, but back then, why is it different? The student body was defanged when Zom closed. Mike Dorn takes over all its traditions. We're the vermin, the zombie. We're the gentlemen. We're also the statesmen, which we've always been. We're the vermin, the zombies, with a zom, Z-A-H-M-B-I-E-S, and we're also Z-O-M-B-I-E-S. Why else? What else are they? I'd have to ask my friend Phil. They were like 5 really fucking weird things. Really weird things. Vermin. Zombies. What else? House. Steads takes that too. Becomes Stead's house. But you really want to be Manor. It becomes Stead's Manor, I think. Really, yeah, like Morrison Manor. But I think St. Ed's. I'll just tell you, this is what you do, guys. Whenever you see another guy, you just say house. Another guy from the fucking dorm. And then what happens? It'll go to the student body, and you'll be able to say, look, this is a thing within we just call it Stead's house. And you'll vote on it, and then that's just what it's called. Why? It was just a thing that they would do, and because it's like Animal House. The place is wild. Did you ever stay? I lived on a couch there my freshman year. That's why I can speak so highly of it. I'm like an unofficial zombie. Really, absolutely. I know a lot of zombie guys, and then a lot of zombie guys moved to Stead's because it got too crazy there, and they got kicked out. Anyway, here's the banner reason. So they don't do anything with it? It's a surge door. Why? It was the last bastion of... Look at this. Just a guy who's got like his like... I love it. I love it. Why? Some guy just like awakes from a nap, like, oh shit, they're putting up the... They're like the whole door's waiting out. He's fucking got those little... Whatever those fucking... They have these, windows that aren't like... They're like... You move this little wheel. You can hear it. No, that's not it. This is such a great scene. Really? Yeah, it does not get this again. Meaning, what? They don't? We just take over all their traditions and stuff. And what do they do with that building? It may one day become Hermested's, like with a little arch over where my room was. Does it ever open up to being student housing again? I think, but it will take many, many years. And why? It has every single year. It's a student body and what was called Reslight. I don't know what it's called now. They have some fucking long name for it. And I never got Reslight. I didn't know what the fuck this was. I knew what it was and I stayed away from it. It was when you get in trouble in college. I never got in trouble. Well, not like that. What would Reslight be? Oh man, all kinds of things. Parietals, breaking parietals is the big one, like having girls in the grafter, being in a girls' dorm, alcohol games, all kinds of things you could do. But I was with my friend Phil. We're there, and as I recall, this is like my memory. It's because it's just a wild time, so I'm sure we had a few. We see this person running, something like that, on North Quad, and he runs into the building. And well, what happened? Well, then, this is a place where it's just like, okay, well, we're done with it. Like, class is done today. Let's go get a couch and put it in the middle of the grass field, like outside the dorm, and let's just drink Cokes all day and just play guitar, play frisbee, and then a bunch of people come out there as they get done with class. So that's basically what's going on. And as I recall, the banner was being raised because of Friday, and we were, their dorm was putting it up. I was just like not a great person. So I see this, like some kind of rumbling on North Quad, and I see this kid, as I recall, the kid was on the couch, jump over the couch and run into the dorm. And this cop runs right behind him. And as I recall, now I could be wrong. Why? I think I was a student there. So it was my sophomore year or something. I was with my friend Phil. No, I think... So, here's what happened. He and I were going to drink 100 beers, allegedly, in 100 hours between us. In celebration of 3/19/04, March 19th, 2004. Basically the day I didn't get into the university. So, we got our hands on some booze, some beers, 100 of them, and the guy's like, okay, they're in my car, so just you gotta get them. And I said to my friend, you mean he's not gonna bring them on for us? No. And I was like, what was it? We paid a lot of money or something, I remember, and it was part of the service. I remember that was a big part of it. Really, yeah. Like, oh, we'll just go get them. I was like, okay, whatever. So we grab going with these like big backpacks full of like two each of us had two of them. And as we're walking in by the student services center in between Keenan Stanford, like I was right by Zom and saying that this cop comes and walks past me because I was cool about it, and I just like, hi. He walks to my friend who immediately turned when he saw this cop and started. Oh, I remember. No. I drove it onto the campus. Really? Yeah. What was it? How did we do it? We paid money for it, but we didn't buy it. Somebody bought it. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. No, our friend Aaron bought it. No, it wasn't part of this. That was a different thing. My friend Aaron, and shout out to him. But yeah. And what happened? So he bought it, and then left. Yeah. And that's what happened. Really, yeah. It was not part of something I thought was part of beer runs. No, there's some other story I have like that, but I can't think of it right now. But anyway, we're walking in, and my friend Phil gets spooked when he sees a cop, turns around and starts running into my mom's car with 50 beers. And I'll never forget. He gets in the car. It was open. He gets in, and he's like this. And the officer's like, hold it right there. And he's like, and the officer tells me to come with him, and my friend is like this in the car, and this officer's like, what are you doing? And my friend Phil's like this, like a statue, like one of those pointer dogs, and it's like, what are you doing? He literally thought, like, he was so scared that if he like made like a tree, we'd leave. No pun intended. Literally, he was just like, he just froze up, just like he literally, I'll never forget. He was like in the car like this, and the cop's like, what are you doing? Come on out. What do you have in the bags? And I was like, we've got beer. I didn't get in here, and we're gonna drink 100 beers in celebration that I've got good grades in. God will make it this year. Until this incident, and he's like, they're like, oh yeah. So they call him their lieutenant, Officer Bridges. Saved my ass. Andre Bridges. Great cop. So I talk about bad cops. This is a very good cop. At least he was. Showed the fucking mouth shut on this day. So what happened? I said to him, look, he's like, so why are you guys drinking? And it's like, I didn't get into school, and we're celebrating this. That I might get into. And he's like, well, I was like, my mom works here, blah, blah, blah. He's like, how'd you get on campus? We got my mom's car. He's like, okay, blah, 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 blah. And we were really honest with him. And he's like, so you haven't been drinking? We're like, no, absolutely not. So you haven't been drinking? Nope. They're all, we told them, you'll count, there are, I think we had like 10 beers in the house room or something, maybe like, you'll count 96 beers. And he was like, no, I think we were like, you'll count 120 beers, so we had 30 bags. You'll count 120 beers. Really? Yeah. And they're like, all right, well, take them out. And we had to open them, every single one of these 120 beers, all over the parking lot landscaping. And then they said to my friend Phil, who was a student, they said, all right, well, this is going to be a res life issue. And they said to me, well, here's your minor in possession. And I was like, what the fuck? We're doing the exact same crime, and exactly the same. And I have a ticket, and his is an internal matter? And they said, yep. And I'm like, so, but I was like, I understand it's a private place and like, whatever. There's not too much I can do about that. So what'd you do? We went back to his room and we sulked for a while, and we told everybody in the dorm, and they're like, oh my god, that sucks, because they were all going to watch us. And then we're like, I had this big green suit on, and so I looked like a leprechaun. And I remember I had to walk home. I mean, not had to, but I did. I dropped my mom's car like back off to her basically, and I walked home. And I had these weird shoes. They were like terrible stealth shoes. I never had those kind of shoes. Anyway, and like this green getup, this big fucking Bailey's hat. Anyway, what'd you do? I just remember going home being like, oh, I'm so fucked. So then what happened? We knew someone who worked in university, and I told my dad, this is what happened. And he said, well, I was going to have to send my transfer application in. And what did they say? Well, I got a letter in the mail that was certified that said I had a lifetime ban from campus. Oh, fuck. Now I can't get in? So my parents were like, no, it can't be like that. They were very much like, no. If you have the grades for it, we'll figure it out somehow. But, and I did. And so basically, like, when my transfer application was out, the university was waiting on one thing, my grades for second semester. And they were 4.0 across the board, and so I knew I was in. It just wasn't yet official. But basically at this time, I was really nervous. I remember we spoke with Professor Bradley, who's a law professor, who worked there, and it was like, what do we do? And he said, well, these are words for the university. He's got to look at it from, there's some liability. He's a friend of our family, too, and he answered it like a friend of our family. He said, you don't need to divulge any information if you don't need to. And so it was like, there was a question on it, like, have you ever convicted of a crime? That was a question. And I didn't know how to answer that. Why? Oh, well, because what actually Officer Bridges did, we don't know. But he, so I was written a ticket. There are two sides to the ticket. There's like the carbon copy. There are a few. There's a carbon copy. There's like an officer copy, and then there's your copy. I had my copy. Basically, they then report that to the St. Joseph or whatever. We didn't have any evidence of this. So think about that. You may have a ticket, but we don't have it. We're not gonna ask you exactly what's on it if we don't have a copy. And so my dad called our friend, she's a very big person, is John Eisel. She helped our family a lot, and we helped her. She's a very close friend of our family, and she was a dispatcher. Shadow Tanner was also a dispatcher. But she was a dispatcher, so that means like the person on who did the 911 calls. And so she knew Officer Bridges, and so she asked him. She said, "Hey, do you know, this was a friend of our family, or my family. This is what happened. He said it was you who was a police officer, and he got a minor in possession. The other cop wrote him a minor in possession, but he called the county, and it wasn't there." And Officer Bridges, I don't know. Did you learn your lesson? I don't want to say I never drink again, but I did not drink again until I got in. And what happened with the school? So I had this letter that said I had a lifetime ban, and then I had a letter that said I had been accepted. This huge enormous conflict. It literally said you are not allowed to step on campus ever again. Lifetime ban. And then congratulations. It was none of the questions about that. I was like, okay, well, so what'd you do? I gave him my dad, and he went to Rex Ray Cup. Well, I think I wanted them to name the building after Andre Bridges. Maybe part of it. Okay. It just seems nice of them too. There has to be a bridge. We gotta get a bridge for Andre Bridges. But yeah, maybe at some Pomerians there's that bridge there. Andre Bridges Bridge. Really, yeah. It doesn't have a real name. And then there's Lake Dawson. Andre Bridges Bridge over Lake Dawson. Really? Yeah. There you go. And then Rex Ray Cup, whatever. Have a small break. Anyway, I had a class today. Oh my god, this one time my mind is cool. Oh, hold on. I had my dad go there. Dad went there and said, hey, what do you want me to do? So they rescinded the letter. I said, well, they didn't take it back. They said that I could come on campus. So I did, and I had this fucking letter from the university that said I had a lifetime ban right above my desk, and everybody would come in and be like, wait, is that a real letter? And they'd be like, yeah, I got it like 3 years ago. And they're like, who got a lifetime ban from it? How did you get a lifetime ban? So I got 2 other lifetime bans. How do you get lifetime ban? Okay, so I graduate. First big weekend to come back. I do, and I had 2 sodas in my pocket, so I was out like this. And what happened? I mean, it was 21, and I wasn't stumbling or anything like that. But I went to a game with my friend's tickets with him, and these Usher saw me. Usher ran and saw me with these something in my pockets, and they told me to throw them out. And I thought it was like no big deal. Like, oh, okay, see you guys. So they're like, no, you're kicked out of here, and we've got your ticket now. And we want to know where you were seated, like. So then the person, my friend's parents, got a letter, and these are like monogrammed tickets. They were very good tickets, and it's like, you had someone in your seats bring in XYZ into the stadium. You cannot do this. You're going to lose the tickets. And I've always felt so deeply sad about this situation. Really, yeah. Why? Because I was just so fucking cocky. I had just flown in from LA, from Las Vegas, or from LA, or however you want to say that. And just, I came in, I surprised my parents. It was the greatest surprise I could have ever done. Because they weren't expecting it. We were very good We didn't fight. Here's the funny thing. I went and I surprised him at a tailgate. They didn't know I would be there. And then I talked to him. I knew we would fight. He's like, no, it's too good. It's too good. So then I just stayed with my friends. I remember flying home, and it was just for the weekend, and they're like, they were kind of mad. They're like, you didn't spend any time with us. And I was like, here's what it is. Anyway. Yosh lived in Zam. Of my friends, who do I know who lived in Zam who later would live instead? Not a whole lot, but just they were two really big people. Yosh is right. And then Watson moved to this one, which is equal ones. Are you done? So anyway, they were putting up that. Oh, so no. So I had to tell that whole story. Shout out to Officer Bridges. Why? He didn't ruin my life. He knew he could ruin my life, and he did. Like that kid with that gun. A suspension's gonna ruin that kid's life, and that's age 7, potentially. Why? No girl wants to like the guy who got suspended. It seems like he's gonna be a troublemaker. Maybe they do. Maybe that does happen, but it's not ideal. No kid wants to be friends with the kid who gets suspended, and then that kid can't play anymore. It's cool to be the cool kid who's suspended, and then it happens enough times, and then you don't see him. So that's not really, that great. What about that kid? Oh, anyway, so we're on the fucking North Quad, and I want to say actually they were raising that thing, and I was just hanging out with my friend. I think I could be wrong, but if they were raising that, but we were outside of the dorm. I remember, and the couches were out, and that usually only happened 2 times a year, the fall and the spring. But I don't think it was the spring, but it very well could have been. So it could have not been when they were raising it. But I remember we were in the front there, and we normally would have just been hanging out there. And we see this kid on the couch, and he all of a sudden jumps behind the couch and starts running into the building. The cop, who happened to be the cop, if you remember when I was telling that story, not officers, the other guy who made us pour out all the beer and everything, or pops or whatever. What do they call it? Root beers, whatever you want to call it. Oh my god. Alcohols that taste good would be a big thing. Really? Even if there's a lot of sugar. If you were to ask me when I was in college, what would I want to drink? Not those fucking Smirnoff Ices that were just like really easy to drink, like bottles and chips in the 80s. Wine coolers. Why? Just like, why punish myself with shit taste or good taste? Oh, but you could be a man and drink this one too. That's stupid. Tastes good. Good taste. Bad taste. Bad taste. Good taste. Good taste. I mean, it's like a cave thing. Okay. So easy a cave package. So easy to get you in the underwear. Alright, so are you done? So that one cop who had so what happened to Phil? So what happened to you? We asked our friend Joanne what happened with Officer Rich. She said, and so she said he probably just ripped it up. Don't assume that. And stay out of trouble, but and it was such a heartbreaking story because it's like, wait, why are you gonna drink all this beer? Because you didn't get into school here, but you're gonna now. Oh, or I could ruin that. And he did. It's just really, really made it thing. I mean, I remember he's like, so what's your GPA? You're gonna have a 4.0, yeah. And so what'd you do? But the big thing was my mom worked there, and so while I wasn't res life, it was I got that letter. Why? Just like once the ticket was issued, that letter went out. It was like an automatic thing they told me, but he could, so I didn't get in trouble with the city or the county. And then what? So the guy who was walking, the cop who was walking past me, not Officer Bridges. The cop was walking past me, the first guy, and I was past him. I was basically hands off. And why didn't you just keep walking? I think the officer saw Bill turn around and go, and what would you have done if you just like dropped the things and run and been arrested? And run so if you handle it like a man, what do you think we're doing out here? And we had no alcohol in us. It was like, okay, so you're in possession of something. Which to me, when I was a kid, my dad would be like, go fill up the cooler, and it would be like, I'd go take the thing and go fill it up. And is that technically not? Honestly, it is. But it was a different situation. So what'd you do? Why didn't you just keep going? Oh, I needed Phil to get me in the door. That's what it was. So I was fucked. I couldn't get in the door without Phil. He had the key card, and go to his room. The first thing that they're gonna do is be like, well, what room number are you in? And they're gonna go there. There weren't a lot of options. Another thing that they would do is then, I don't want to search a fucking door for something. They would not do that. I mean, maybe if they needed to, if there were a big issue. But, they I just handle it that way. But it makes me, I mean, here's the thing too, you'd watch Cops, and like every guy who on Cops got caught, you never saw anybody get away, so it was never like a thing, like maybe I can outrun him or anything like that. And I just remember I've got a friend, truthfully, and like what is he doing, but also I didn't want to leave him, and so I turned, did you just like turn around? Well, the cop was going like this. I turned around. I saw Phil immediately flipped it and started walking backwards. And that officer started following Phil, and I honestly think, I could be wrong, I think Phil yelled something to me. As we were walking, the cop comes like this, Phil's behind me, and he's like, hey, I forgot that thing in the car. I think that's what he said. I think I forgot that thing in the car. And I was like, what? And he's like, I forgot that thing in the car. And he's like, can you unlock it for me? And I was just kind of going along with what he said. I didn't even, like, I think he said that. Why? Because then we walked over, I unlocked my mom's car, and he jumped in. And the police officer was right there the whole time, and he could hear the these cans in this fucking thing. That's what I think it was. It was like, he asked me for help, basically. And I don't want to say I didn't want to leave him, but it all happened so quickly. So then what? I went back. He was in the car. He did his thing. So that cop who stopped us, who was like this one, was a super big douche. Was he a big douche to you guys? Not Officer Bridges, super nice. The other guy was like mean, and we could tell he was mean, but we didn't have any other evidence. You literally have like a little bit of a snapshot of an experience with an officer. You're like, man, that person's kind of meaner than the other one. And maybe other people have had bad interactions with Officer Bridges, and I'm sure they have. Absolutely sure they have. It just happens. But then we're on North Pod, and this kid's on this fucking couch, playing guitar, playing frisbee, or throwing football with friends, and it's just like a thing. And I really think this is my sophomore year, and we were there, and I want to say it was a football game. It was before football game. I'm almost certain of that because there were so many people there, and this kid's on the couch, and this guy. Now, did you see this happen, or did you hear about it in your imagining? That's sometimes hard to remember. Or we all, I don't know, couch is a blur, but basically this kid I know was on a couch. He jumps over the back of the couch. This police officer runs into Zom behind him. And I really kind of remembered, like, 2 people just taking off of him. And I was like, what the fuck was that? I was like, who the fuck knows? And then we heard, this was the funny thing of the time, don't tase me, bro. It was like the thing with that John Kerry Skull and Bones discussion. And why? Well, because I'm the only real member of it. Anybody else who confirms that they're a member, you can just know that you're not. That's not how you get in. You don't confirm. So if somebody's like, oh, confirmed member, confirmed member, confirmed member, confirmed member, confirmed member, it's like, then you just don't know. There's only one confirmed member. Why? Because when I confirm that I'm only the confirmed member and no one else is confirmed, then I can speak on behalf of the organization that nobody else is there. So when somebody's like, XYZ Russell was there or XYZ Taft was there, it was like, that wasn't really confirmed. And when they do do you do this for Skull and Bones? Perhaps. What is that? The 18th Club Overture? With Tchaikovsky? Anyway, then what you do? So they're on the front of the couch of North Quad, and honestly, for as much fun as this sounds, South Quad is twice as much fun. It's way more fun there. It's really fuck. South Quad is like California in comparison to North Quad is like Florida. It's sunnier. There are less. It's bigger. It's a sunshine just pours down there. There's this fucking flagpole that's really big there. Really, yeah. And what? It's just a beautiful view. And you've got God Quad. You got a lot of things. So, what about God Quad? God Quad's fine, but it's too many trees and shit to do shit. Like, if you want to actually play sports and flirt with girls and throw frisbees in the big groups, and girls are like, oh, so sorry about this. Oh, thanks. Hey, catch. You know, all that bullshit. So it's fun. Anyway, but this just so happened, this is just a random thing. This isn't like, I'm telling you the best time ever on a quad. No, this is the time a kid got tased. So, this kid gets tased. I did not see that. No, but, we were like, what the fuck happened? And I think people, I think they called like NDS, other officers, and perhaps the fire department to have like an ambulance take like the fire department take a look at it, all that. And so like a few days go by, and my friend Phil's like, hey, you know that we were on North Quad and we saw that cop run into Zom and tase that guy? He's like, yeah. He's like, that's the same cop who wrote Res Life Beat and wrote you Red IP. I was like, no fucking way. He's like, yeah. And he tased him? Like, yeah. So we didn't know he got tased actually at that time, to my knowledge. Really, yeah. Why? Because it all happened inside a building, and it was like, we weren't in the building. It was all this commotion. It was like, we didn't know what happened. But days later, and it was like, oh my god, a student got tased? That was a big thing, because you're treated with generally a lot of respect there. And it's like, if you're tasing, we're paying $40,000 to get tased, whatever the fuck, 50, 60, like, to get tased. No, that's not how this works. And then it was like, that officer got fired, and why? Why did all this happen? I think that officer, I could be wrong. Well, the officer was just like too aggressive, and what did he do? Why did he chase him like that? I think the kid is drinking on a quad, and you're not allowed to do that. Really, yeah. Why? You can't openly drink beers. It's not. Hold on. Hold on. That's true. You can't open the. Hold on. You can in the parking lot. You can't on the quad. So it is kind of like Mardi Gras. That's actually. That's not. That's not incorrect. It is somewhat like that. But with the beads and shit. But those beads would be a thing. But just because they're cool. Why? Okay, so we used to go to Brickyard every year. And women would show breasts for beads. Is that your thing? If it has to be, sure. But not generally. I like the game of like picking up a girl. That to me is really interesting. But so my friend we'd go down there with our dads. It was like a father-son trip that we'd go. And did your father and the other people know, the other dads know that this was going on? Yeah, but it was like kind of a coming of age thing to some extent. Like it's a little bit of a sexual experience, but it's not. They were not like going to a strip club with their parents. So this one year, I was like, you know what? We go there every year, and people always are selling these beads, and it seems like they're making a lot of money. So this is when Amazon wasn't really a big thing. It was like 2003. It might be the first purchase I've ever had on Amazon. Might be Mardi Gras beads. I think it's actually books, because it used to just be books. But one of the very early things that I have are Mardi Gras beads and a parrot, like this Corona parrot, because they were like really unique things that you couldn't get anywhere. And I remember my friend Lloyd loved this. I didn't have a lot of money, but inflatables were like something that were really cool. Here it is. 3D vintage artist. So, oh my god, it's $800. Wait, was that it? No, this is like a sign. This was an inflatable thing. I doubt it's no way it's that. Oh no, these are sculptures. That parrot becomes a thing. But no, it's an inflatable thing. Oh man, it's kind of hard to find. 3-foot Corona Barrett. Let's sell for sold. How much was it? Cannot be. Still replica. Is this? This it looks like it, but mine was inflatable. So anyway, I got this thing, and was it rare? Yeah, I mean it was like. Had you ever seen one? No. That's why it was like really rare to get it. Something on Amazon. Amazon was brand new. So from where I was, you couldn't get like really unique shit. Everything was the same. Everything was either at the mall or like Meijer, which I think Walmart. It was something like that. But I bought this on Amazon, and wouldn't you know it, we had it, as I recall, all our years. Like it did. I don't remember it popping. And I was like, oh shit. Now that shit pops all the time, but we kept it like high, and people really liked it. And I remember my friend Lori, she loves that fucking parrot thing, and I would like it. I think I mean, they're really expensive, but someday I think I would like a, what are these? A gray African parrot. One of those things that's really fucking smart, and I could talk to it, and it would like, it could actually get really fucking smart. Those things can learn like 800 words. Gray African parrots are so fucking smart. They're as smart as like a 5-year-old.
or a gray parrot is an African parrot. That thing's smart? I don't know. Relationship with humans. Mimic human speech. Okay, the speech is common captive. Okay, price phrase. Mimic human. Really one of the most popular avian pets. An escaped pet in Japan was returned to the owner after repeating the owner's name and address. That's fucking smart. Right? How amazing is that? I want to see that fucking camera. Where this thing's just like, Michael Rothschild, 3921 Claremont Street, Irvine, California, 92614. United States of America, United Nations, Earth, Solar System, Milky Way, Universe, Multiverse. He's not a woodpecker. I want to. The other plugins comments of such distress. Oh, don't let them get that. Needing extensive behavior and social enrichment, as well as extensive attention in captivity, or they may become distressed. Here's the thing: they should make a thing for gray parrots where, I don't know, like a little television. You could put like one of those Zuckerbergs in one of their cages. It should be the law. This thing is so fucking smart that we need to keep it. If we're gonna keep it as a pet, we need to keep it stimulated. It's like dogs. Dogs like you should leave on the window for a dog. Really? It's something. Imagine just waiting there all day for someone to come home. There's a thing. This is how it is. This dog at NPR. I love this girl's accent. It's like, let me try it. It's like, all right, Fido, I'm gonna turn on an NPR for you when I go to work. And it's like, oh, it's like, welcome to National Public Radio's All Things Considered. Today we will be. And he's like scratching at the door to the point where he's just got nubs. Hey, Family Guy. Hey, girls. Peter's Public Radio. What NPR does to your dog.
Hey, Barty, I'm on to work.
Barty.
Leave NPR on for you.
Good day to you. Welcome to All Things Considered, the show where we talk very softly and right into the mic. Do you hear that? I'm whispering right in your ear. Right in your ear. Buzz, 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 buzz.
I love it. Public Radio. If you don't shut the fuck up, I swear to God, I'm gonna strangle you. I'm gonna do the king.
Risking my life.
On 29.
I can't show my face anymore. That's why they back to our public radio.
This is Peter Griffin, and you're listening to Book Talk.
That becomes big.
Discussing Eastern Plus's popular work of less than zero. Retail privilege, detachment, and youthful innovation. First of all, my sponsor, Weston's Golden Summer Biscuits. Enjoy my today's session of Book Talk are due to tomorrow that John Kennedy terms are now not really working to be unbinding.
That becomes really big. Really? Yeah. Neon becomes really big. Oh, I had tons of neon in my dorm room. Really?
Oh, all of them. It got to the point where people would be like, yeah, this one, and this one, this one. We can't have that many. Okay, we'll keep up the others, but you have to take these home. Literally, there were too many. I remember in my first room, we had them. I had a thing. It was out the window, and we turn it on and say it's Miller time. Right? It always said that. Really? Yeah. Why? It's what time it was. Second year, same shit, and you could see it. You could always see it from the window. It was like this cool blue. It was a really of anything that I could say. There's this fucking shout out to Mrs. Susan. Why? I would say anybody who liked art could have. She's just like a great thing. She's not great, but she really made me love art to the point where it's like my favorite thing. And there's this one piece of artwork that's these windows of a house that just have television. And this, like, if you were to tell me, Michael, show me a picture of what America is. I think this is the name of it or something. It's so hard to find stuff anymore, like using the internet. It's just called Glow or something like that. Really good. I love that. Well, it's pretty close to that, glowing TV screen. Thomas Kincaid becomes so fucking big. Why? And the university starts looking like a Thomas Kincaid picture in the winter, like with glowing archways and shit like that. This is a hard thing to say.
dude. Corn. What do you call that? Scrambled corns, you think? Really? Yeah. So, my friend was like, you have cable, right? I'm like, yeah. He's like, you know what has porn? You know, what's that? He's like, that's not what we would say. We wouldn't say porn. My friends and I didn't know that word. We would say, you know, it has naked girls on it, and they would be like, really? Where? And be like, the green. They're like the green channel. Like what? Not green channel, scrambled porn. My friend would be like, okay, so here's what you gotta do. You gotta be really late at night, but sometimes on those channels, you can see like a boob. Well, it's just a white porn. So like you could see that, scrambled porn. And like that? Yeah. So what would happen? Would it ever be that clear? Never. That would have been far too clear. It was always like that. That, no one ever had that. Really? No one. That, tried to create a channel look and say, yeah, no, that works. That's definitely it. That, it's too clear. That, yeah. That, yeah. That, some of them are like, they're supposed to look like that. That's too clear. Is that real? I don't think so. What did it look like? That's what it looked like. It did not look like that. It didn't look like that. It looked like that. No. Yeah. Too new. No. Oh. Yeah. Too new. No. Yep. That would work. That would have been a really like the best one I've ever seen. No one ever got anything that good. Really? Yeah. Where there was that much. What did you normally see? That. Where just look at person like the, what's that fucking thing? The CDC, where it's like an eagle on a face. Anyway, would you have seen that? No. No. Yes. No. Nope. No. Nope. 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 No. 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 Yeah. This is simple time. Anyway, he's like, you know, if you watch this late at night, you get that. Huh? He's like, dude, let's have a sleepover. I was like, okay. Chloe's gonna spend the night. Okay. Or it wasn't that. He's like, can he? Yeah. It wasn't ever. He's gonna spend the night. No. Mom, can he? Did you ask Mrs. Abou-Khaled? No. Well, you better ask her and see if it's okay. Let's ask her. She's gonna say no. Okay. Mom, can you ask Mrs. Abou-Khaled? Why? Well, Chloe got his name on the board last week, and she said that he's grounded for 2 weeks. But if you ask, maybe, like, hey, Pep, okay, so then we watch Scrambled Porn. So it'd be like 11:45 at night. Oh my god. Is that how it worked? Yeah. And what? We'd watch Scrambled Porn. There wasn't anything really to watch. I mean, it was like screaming and everything. You could kind of hear stuff. That was the thing. But it wasn't like, you could maybe hear cuss words, but that doesn't really get you going. Not even dropping loads all over your face. No, yours not even dropping loads all over your face. Are you done? You should be like, dude, the A-team's gone. Dun, 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 dun. We had this jukebox when I was a kid. Well, I should say when I was a kid. OMT, one more time. We always wanted one of those. We didn't get one of those. And I'm glad we didn't get one of those. Why? So what? It's a jukebox. It has these like little. I always wanted it because it had these little water bubbles that went around it. That was the coolest fucking thing you could ever see in your entire life. Ask anyone. A Wurlitzer. Bubble tubes. Hey, Bubble Toes.
Distinctive features of the classic 1940s Wurlitzer jukeboxes. Tubes.
Wow.
I think it's the first thing that people notice about them.
It was. It is.
So to have
Bubble lights become a thing too. I'm king of bubbles. Bubble king.
First off, they're not filled with water, as I've heard some people say,
Oh, I'm sorry. That's
but instead it's an organic solvent called methylene dichloride. It's an unusual chemical used in paint strippers. It's supposed to be
Stripper.
carcinogenic.
carcinogenic.
It's very toxic.
Very tight. Even sexier.
The main reason that we use it is that it's at 103 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, that's it.
Temperature.
Yeah, that's cool. So they can just have like a light on it and it boils. That's cool as fuck.
In its natural state,
This
it's
is so
crystal clear, has no color.
This is so cool.
When these tubes are made, an amber dye is put into the dichloromethane to make the bubbles more evident. Now let's take a trip out to the workshop. Grab one of these straight bubble tubes out of the jukebox. We'll take a close look at how it's made, and then I'm going to look it up and show you how they're made to look in the jukebox, and we'll monitor it while it runs.
I used to just sleep in front of the jukebox and listen to
Tubes.
records.
This bubble tube is 140. Parts of it from Wurlitzer 1015. Like all bubble tubes, it started its life as a piece of 1/2-inch diameter glass tubing. In this case, about 30 inches long. The end down here is sealed, and some semi-transparent crystals are placed in here to generate bubbles. When this bulb is heated, and then this area is pinched in here to restrict the crystals to the lower part down here in this wall. There's a little piece of tool that the bubbles will pass through, and then travel glass until they reach this upper area. You notice there is an empty place up here at the top to allow for the expansion of the dichloromethane. The end of the tube, after it's been filled with fluid, is heated and melted, sort of like a Dairy Queen ice cream.
That's really good. Very good. Thank you.
Here's a close-up of the crystals in the bulb at the base of the bubble tube. Now we have to have some method of heating the bulb so that the dichloromethane can reach its 103-degree boiling point. And that heat is provided by a simple tubular ceramic resistor. In this case, a 2,500-volt resistor. And the bulb is going to fit into the
Look at
resistor
that little.
like so.
Look at that.
You notice though that the fit's very loose, very sloppy. Now to get the dichloromethane up to 103 degrees quickly, we need to do something to force the tube tightly against the side of the resistor.
Sidewall action.
So we solve that loose fit problem is with a shim like this, which we insert in
Shims are
between the
very
tube and the
tight.
resistor,
I've shims
so
too.
that we now have a nice snug fit. Here we have the bubble tube with its tightly shimmed resistor being held vertically like it is in the jukebox by this fabulous high-class piece of apparatus. featuring a genuine antique clothespin straight from the Stone Age chemistry lab. And we have the two alligator clips attached. Are you ready?
Yep.
I'm gonna plug this thing in.
Shoot, fucking put
Shield
it.
your eyes. Make sure there's no children or pets anywhere nearby. And there we go. Here we have the trusty laser heat gun monitoring
My dad
the
had one of
temperature
those.
resistor,
That's a big thing.
which is now
Heat gun.
climbing steadily.
They put those on cell phones.
And hopefully the temperature in the pool is increasing to 103 degrees and will initiate the boiling cycle. There it goes, just started. The bubbles are small to begin with, and then they will increase in size as the heat increases. Let's check the
Alligator clip.
temperature. Let's see, let it stabilize around 138 degrees on the resistor. We're getting some nice bubbles.
Yeah, you are. I love that.
The resistor temperature is much higher. The temperature of the bubble tube is 103 degrees, which is exactly the boiling point of the methylene dichloride. What's happening is, as it boils and rises, it's taking the heat away from the resistor, so that the temperature of the dichloromethane will never exceed 103 degrees. And also, because it removes the heat from the resistor, keeps this area down here from overheating and damaging the bubble tube on the resistor. It's much like the radiator in your car, removing the heat from the engine. This is the engine, and the radiator is taking the heat away from it. Well, there you have it. That's how bubble tubes are made and how they work. And we found this interesting and informative, and that you will stay tuned for future videos in which I probe the mysteries of vintage guitar amplifiers, vintage jukeboxes, and other mysterious devices.
I love that.
Thanks for staying tuned.
I love
See you again
old.
soon.
Okay, so, like, I don't, like, really old equipment where no one knows what it does anymore, and if you can figure it out, it's really interesting to me. In our Mason Lodge, there's this, like, thing from, like, the 1960s. It's in this back closet. And I remember putting stuff away after ritual one night, and it was like, I was in there with my friend Chuck. What is that? He's like, oh, no one knows. It's like, I want to figure out what all this fucking, like, super old equipment does. And some people will never know, but it's a mystery. It's like, this was once an electronic that someone put a lot of work into, which someone put a lot of work and no one knows what this shit does anymore. Let's try to figure it out, because it's not that old. It has to be within like 50 years. Why? Because if you don't figure out that shit now, or it's about, generations will go by and it'll be like, no one will know what that shit was. And it's like, oh, we don't know. It'll be like it's important to remember what that shit was and how we built on it. Because like, look at the hieroglyphics and stuff. Like, no one's exactly sure what's written in Egyptology and shit. Like no one is exactly sure. So it'd be like nice to not. No one's exactly sure what that shit was. But some of those people are still alive. Some people worked on it, being worked on. Wurlitzer from the 40s, like that guy, all that shit. Only like 120 degrees, 103 degrees. Forest floor. Okay, so. But what did we have? Let's see if we can find our time. We'll listen one more time, 45. But yeah. But you know what? We had one. It was not that. We always wanted one like that, but those are really expensive. And my dad bought one, and it was perfect. It was like, and if people don't want to know what size records to have, get 45s. That's the standard, because over the course of time, most people had 45s. That means 45 records. I like the big ones. I think they're really cool. They make like plate ones and shit. But like the 45, and it's not that big. 45 is not this big, as opposed to the really big ones. Rock over. Is that what you had? No, I forget exactly. How much did you have paid for? I think it was $1,000. Oh, this is what it is. Something like this. Is this it? Yeah. No. But boy, it's fucking really cool. Really, yeah. How much is this? Oh, here's the thing. It's very heavy. And not nearly as heavy as a telephone booth. We have this telephone booth that when the movers moved it, they said, whatever you do, we'll move your home, we'll move your entire house. But we will never move that. Telephone booth. They said it was so heavy. They said, these guys said, oh, we've moved people everywhere, and this is the heaviest thing we've ever had in anybody's house. It's a very heavy telephone booth. And that is not with the arms on. They used to have sides on it. Really, yeah. I mean, my dad has the sides too. And it's like an old-fashioned telephone booth. Really? Yeah, it has like a... It's a phone. But being able to call people where it's like... And it, like, you have to like pick up this thing. You have to pick up this thing and like call in there. It's like, hello? But does it work? Yeah, it works. And so why'd you guys get this kind of jukebox? They had one for sale in Chicago, and my dad wanted it, and I think he somehow had a friend or somebody had a pickup truck and delivered it, and that's why. Leonard was in our house. He was in all our house. I wasn't on our house, but we had it. And it initially didn't work. And I shouldn't say it initially didn't work. It did. It worked. It worked very well, actually. I don't know why I said that. It initially didn't have that many records. And shout out to someone. Someone found out that we had a 45 machine. Oh, I know. Lynn Dittmer. Shout out to Lynn Dittmer. Lynn, you're a very, very nice man. Your wife's very nice. Holy shit, I'm not that. No, you guys are really, really nice. You guys had us on your... They have a beautiful house on a lake. I forget what lake it is. But my friend, I almost died on this day. My friend and I, they invited us to come up to go on the lake house, and they had a very attractive place there. but I could bring a friend. And so I brought my friend. And Luke and I were on this boat, and we went out and had a good time, and then we went out on this like big raft, this like big, I don't know, something like on which you like jump, kind of like a jumping raft, and we were like out on there with, we were using like little paddles, and wouldn't you know it, I slipped in. My swimsuit was wet, and I slipped in the water. And we were all around, there were all these lily pads. I remember being like, oh, lily pads, I was so scared. And that was not really a reason to be scared though. What was, we were pretty far from their house, and I was gonna have to swim maybe like a quarter mile with holding on to this big raft that was way over, like it was like a big inflatable. And my friend was trying to pull me up onto the raft, but he was like, if I pull you up, I'm gonna fall in as well. And not to say like, but then we're both fucked. So at least this way, he's like, maybe, well, it's true. He was able to like paddle on one side, and I was able to just kind of like paddle on the other side, and we got pretty close. I remember getting to I think I had a life jacket on as well. And that's cool, wear life jackets, because I think I would die without a life jacket. But then one time, I think I would have died because of a life jacket. Life jacket has issues where when you get in it, it lifts you up like this. And if you're a little kid, it can choke you. They make it so it's like a smaller fit, so that it doesn't hurt. You see that? Anyway, this one time I was on Waterford Creek, like just a little lake, and we were on a paddle boat, and we used to go out on this paddle boat all the time. Well, this one time we go out on it, and we were gonna go swimming. That was the thing. It was like other kids had been out swimming out there, and it's okay, we would go swimming. So we were out there, and I remember it was like, well, now definitely was a better swimmer than I was, because I lived on the lake, and my parents were always like, if you're gonna go, you have to wear life jackets. It's like, fine. So I did, and even because it's just a little lake, it's not that big. In some ways, glad I had it. It was just a strange thing. So we're on this paddle boat, and it's like, okay, well, we'll go swimming. We jump in the water, we're having fun, or whatever, and then it's like, okay, well, let's get up into the paddle boat. And so he didn't have a life jacket on, so he was able to get in pretty easily. But I did, which is very bulky, and it was kind of like strangling me into the point where the boat's like this, and I'm hanging on like this, and my feet are like going below the boat, and I'm trying to like pull myself up, and it's just, with each pull, I'm losing more and more energy, and I can't get up into this boat. And now we're in the middle of this lake, so I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to get in. So what happened? It's like, I mean, he was a smart kid, and I'm not saying we got into a lot of trouble together. This was one of the times where, and he never cussed. Shout out to, he was like the kid who never cussed. I remember. He's from Ireland, and this kid, the way you drive this boat is like you just pump you just push, it's like pedals, but you need two people, or you'll just go in a circle basically. So, well, you don't need two people. You need two people to do it properly. But since we only had one person, he was able to stand in the middle and do both sides, and like guide it with this little fucking like the little thing, like right probably blow his ass crack and get us to the shore. And I remember being like, I'm gonna die, like almost as we're at the shore, and I was like, I don't know if I can do it anymore. And I remember just like being like, I don't know if I can do this anymore. And he's like, well, we're almost at the shore. Like, it should be pretty shallow. I put my feet down and like, boom, my knees hit. I was like, it's like in like a foot and a half of water. It wasn't that. It was maybe 3 feet of water. Really, yeah. It was like, oh shit, it's solid. And then what? I remember just walking up onto the ground and just kissing the ground. Being like, oh my god, why? They just had old, it wasn't their fault. Any kind of life jacket does this on a young person. Even young person one, but like they can like choke you, and they're also not very maneuverable. They're so big and bulky sometimes that you can, they can be detrimental. Why? Well, I remember my friend told me, he said, you know, I was kind of making fun of you because you couldn't get in the boat. But then then after that happened, my mom told me, you have to wear a life jacket when you go out there. And he said, we went swimming and I couldn't get in the boat and I had to do the same thing. It was something like that. No. He said I couldn't get in the boat. So I took off the life jacket and I was able to get in. But he said I couldn't get in with that life jacket because it was too bulky and there was nothing. Like, if you're up against a boat, you can put your feet up against it. But if it's just a little, this is really just a piece of plastic with like pedals. Is that the end of your story? No, I mean, it's fun. People had those though. Paddle boats were good. Really. Anyway, so my dream, if you ever want to know what my dream is, I always wanted to have a girl over. Well, not really. I always wanted to dance in front of jukebox. Well, I shouldn't say I dance in front of jukebox, but like 16 camera style. What's that? Who describes as beautiful? Not even know. Yeah, she never really did it for me, but she's very good. I'm not saying she does it now. I think she's very good now. But as a, she was like, she wasn't big in the 90s. She was huge in the 80s. And we're 90s kids. I love that fucking song so much. So it'd be like this with the jukebox. I never understood this movie, but I get it now. So just by saying, I never really watched it. Right, yeah. Okay, are you done? No. Who's that dumb motherfucker? Oh, yeah. What's that guy's name? Chusa? What's his sister's name? This is a big thing. Why? If it was on the walls of Central Miriam's, it's a big thing. So we have to sing all the songs to Animal House now. Why? It's like, what are all the songs to Animal House? You have to sing them like, is Animal House a musical? It has to be musical. Oh. With Bare Naked Ladies? Oh, wait. So it was a thing. Really? Yeah. So what happened? Look at these gutter guards, kids. Nice. Such a nice gutter guard. Really? Yeah, gutter guards. What would we call it? Rain trusses, stuff like that. Gutters. Cleaning out gutters is a good thing. Really good. David Bags, I think that's the thing. It's better be better. I'm really fucking pissed. Right? Because I could have just fucking found some bullshit and been like, alright. I don't know what it is. It has a food house. House. There's no music video for it. You could easily put together a music video for this. I could do that as well. That's right. Like movies would be really creative. Like, well, we need a theme song for it. Really? Yeah. Then like when you find out Kenny Loggins, like they just like pitched to him, like, hey, we got this. They showed it to him, and he's like, I'll put together some music for that. And it came out with like, it wasn't all so corporate. It just was like, and I'm not saying it wouldn't be more corporate in the future, but they're like, you know, that's a good idea. Put some parody lyrics together, but what don't they like? It takes away from that main song from having a song, right? That becomes really, really big. But it's like, okay, you've been doing that a long time, but that doesn't get you cult classics. What are cult classics? When they're really deep, when movies have like a lot of like random shit in it that people love. So like a movie like, I don't know, that has a really big song in it, you're gonna sell a lot of records, great. But you're gonna make $0 on merchandise when it comes to like movie night merchandise. Why? Because it's just a song that made, you know, it's another Taylor Swift song. Oh, great. This is a 10th album. Maybe what about a 6th album? Okay, they're great, wonderful. But this one's supposed to have all kinds of hidden stuff in it. Cool. Like the Beatles album. But then they become cult classics. Then it's like, the more you put into something, like this, people could get into this forever. Really? The money pit is really big. Really? Yeah. This girl, I know, she looks like Kamala Harris. What's her name? Gabriel Harrison? That's crazy. Anyway, she's a big deal. Really? Yeah, she's like the Phyllis of the Western Avenue. Man, she's like, when Phyllis dies, April takes over. Really? And they know each other. Hopefully Phyllis doesn't die. But, that's kind of how it goes. That's Queen of the West Side, yeah. And then Skylar Dickens takes over after April. And then who's after that? Actually, probably. I don't know. Doris, maybe? But Skylar Dickens is out of the West Side. What does that mean? If you want, I'm just saying, if you want anyone on your side, who is this person? If you want, probably Skylar Dickens, probably Doris. If you want anyone on your side, west of the river, basically, one person. If you had to get one person, like, basically, I'm saying, if you had to elect someone to throw a party, who would you want? Not like run the community. Not that they wouldn't do a good job of it, they just don't want to do that. But it would be like, who would you want throwing your party? So you want Phyllis there? Yeah, she throws good parties. Does she? She's learned how to. How many parties has she? She might have been to more parties than anybody. Well, no. Because she would say, I didn't go to all those parties. They were cleaning up all after your shit. Really? Yeah. But they'd have a lot of parties there. So they tell me I would go to like professional parties. Too. It's all good too. My friend Stacey's very good at it too. But that's a lot of. Why? What is Animal House a musical? It is, but it's just like didn't take off. But I'm sure it's so huge. Really? Was Brad Naked Ladies? Again. This is you wanna dance? Yeah. This becomes huge in Israel. Don't forget to say you will. Don't forget to say yeah. Say that you love me, say that you want me, say that you want me, you wanna please me. You've been good to me, Shut the fuck up. Why Animal House? There are like very few movies that my parents had or ever bought. I'm having a mother. Yeah, so we I think my parents had a VCR. Oh. Hold on. No one had it. I say that like, no one had any movies. And for them to have a VCR was like a huge fucking deal. Don't make it like, it's like, okay, like today. Like, oh, you get in trouble with 2 movies, never saw 2 movies in a whole. I'm not talking about that. But you just don't understand because you guys have streaming and stuff, and it's like
I saw movies, but they would tape from another, like, it would be like Hallmark Hall of, no, what's even fucking that? But we'll say Hallmark Hall of Fame presentation of animals. And it would be like cut in the middle, and you'd see like a little bit of a part of like an old commercial, and it would be like, oh wow. It would be like, you know, from like 1982, before I was even there, yeah. Oh. But I don't know how to let go. But what did they have? They had a two-way tape deck, which meant you could tape stuff. What did that mean? Oh, and you could make tapes. Wait, did they have that always? No. No. That was really advanced. If you had one of those, you could make people bootleg then. There's like bootlegging. Right? And I was actually part of the river where there's this bootlegger. Well, I used to go fishing with my grandfather, and I'd say, so there's Pinhook Park, which we're going to show you. But yeah, why? We used to go there. After that, in the summer, so what? We where did you go? Well then, oh, we go to Pinhook Park and go fishing. Then, well, and there's this weird thing that becomes a thing. Oh, this is a terrible thing. But yeah, I don't need to eat. Oh, this is a terrible thing. Lyrical. My grandmother would go fishing when I was a little boy. Yeah. And I would always say, Grandpa, so this is like a little park. I'll show you. And look like that. Needle. Oh wow, it just shows it right away. A lot of things happen. Well, a couple things. What? Somebody had a party here? Really, you know. But, okay, so what is it? It looks like this. So we would play, we'd fish, like whatever that. And the river used to go like this, and so it would switch back. And then we built a road through it. And it'll flood occasionally, but never that bad. Like one day it would. Anyway, I had a teacher who lived like back here. Canute Racking's grave's right there. My grandparents are buried in that, right across. They're here, they're in Highland. To my knowledge, so. I would always ask, so we'd fish looking north, and I'd always ask where Bowling Drive is. I'd always ask, why don't we go over there? Which is a perfectly like normal question to ask. And he said, because basically I was trying to learn how to fish it, because like, depending on the fish, but most fish like it where it's cool and they like to be under rocks and under trees. Like they like an overhanging area where it's nice and cool and they can just kind of bask in the water and wait for stuff to fall in, a lot of times from the shoreline, and they get it. But they also sometimes like being in the middle of the sun. Some do. It just depends on the fish. And at least there, we would go there. That's a lot. And I think it was stocked right there, but what would you do? So I said, well, hey, if cucumber, shit. Are you done? Hey dude, are you done? Hey, come and shit. Are you done? Hey, mom's done. You're a mom. Are you done? How about it's hey, hey, what's that thing called? Okay, so that's in your start. No, so we were there, and my grandfather said, or I said, so you said it's like it's better to get fish. Well, how would you get there? He would drive his station wagon, and we'd have fishing poles in the back, and it was just like fucking. Down the fishing hole, make me down the fishing hole. Think not get a bite all day, but don't you rush away. Place to rest your bones, mighty fine for skill, but stones feel fresh as a lemonade, setting in the shade. Whether it's hot, whether it's cool, oh what a spot, whistling like a fool.
a fine day to take a stroll and wind up a the fishing hole. I can't think of a better way to pass the time of day. No need to call the roll when we get to the fishing hole. A perch or bass, cool our toes into regrets or else pull up the weed to draw, and maybe sit and jaw. Take it around, take it our ease, watching that hound, scratching at his fleas, come down the fishing hole, meet me at the fishing hole, and think of a better way to pass the time of day.
Just like that. It's totally innocent then. Really? Yeah, I mean, it was a good thing well, for me to learn, but it was just a terrible situation. Okay, so what happened? So we go fishing, and would you catch fish? Yeah. What would you put them in a bucket? I'd get to look at them and study them, and then we'd put them back. Really? Yeah. Kids, don't ever run your hand. The head of a fish is here, like against. If you're ever gonna run it, be really careful with it. Too many people are like throwing fish, and like be nice. Pretty nice. All right. So then. I said, Grandpa, so fish like shady areas? He said, yeah, I mean, but he said, it depends. Why? Because he knows how I would be, and I would be like, oh, so they only like shady areas. No, it depends, but generally, yeah. I said, okay, why don't we go across the water to where the other part was? And he said, because I said, it looks shady over there. And he said, there was a murder there. If anything, they have to name this after this woman. This is a terrible thing. And this one, it just is a really, really deep case because it goes back to my mind when I was a little boy. And so this happened in 1980. So this must have happened like within a year or so of when that happened. Over 30 years ago, Jeff Rice's wife, Grandma's brought dead in a pinnacle going home. Wednesday, after more than 3 decades, Jeff Rice was a guilty verdict read for the woman accused of killing his wife. After a 3-day trial, 56-year-old Barbara Brewster was found guilty of murder. The jury deliberated for almost an hour and a half before returning the verdict. Released on August 2nd. Jeff Rice wiped tears in his eyes as he heard the word guilty, and his son James was 3 when his mom was killed. He was arm around his dad's shoulder. Brewster was charged 30 years after Rice's body was brutally beaten to death in South Bend. Late in the night of June 24, 1928, Rice left her house in the 800 block of Park Avenue in South Bend to walk the dog, which is right in the neighborhood. She never returned. Her family reported Rice missing about an hour later, and her dog was found nearby the next day, hiding under a house. Rice's body was discovered during training at Pinnacle Lane, about 2 miles from her home, with multiple skull fractures, and autopsy showed that Rice was 4 months pregnant at the time. Also charged with murder when he pleaded
guilty in March and died in jail of terminal as well. Two of Brewster's children testified against their mother during the trial. Robert Smith was 6 in 1988 and said he watched his mom beat Rice to death. He said they were driving in a van late on June 24th after leaving a makeshift campsite at Pinnacle Park. Kearney and Brewster were fighting, and that's when they saw Rice walking her dog. Sal testified Kearney got out, grabbed Rice, and slammed her head with the side of the van. Then he threw her in the vehicle. Kearney and Brewster were fighting, and that's when they saw Rice. Sal testified that she could either kill the woman or kill all of them. Paula Brooks, Brewster's daughter, was nearby at the campsite with her younger brother. She testified she heard screams and a woman begging for her life. Later, Kearney, Brewster, and South returned covered in blood. Brooks said her mother made her clean up the blood out of the man the next day. St. Joseph County Prosecutor Ken Cotter said that there are no questions that South and Brooks are also victims of this. And in a case with so many affected, there's no winning or success. Cotter said that there is now justice. Speaking after the verdict, Cotter thanked the investigators who looked at the case. Many of them volunteered for caseworkers. People still talk about Rice's murder, he said, and this shows they were dedicated to solve these cases, even if it takes time. Folks remember when traumatic events occurred, and this was one of the times. Me as a wife, mother, daughter, sister, aunt, and friend whose life was taken. And the senseless reaction which is beyond comprehension, her family said in a prepared statement released by the St. Joseph County Prosecutor's Office. And this act of evil did not stop with the brutality inflicted upon Marilyn. It also took away the life of the her children child. No verdict will reverse these losses, and a part of our lives remains gone forever. They continued. Yet today's guilty verdict was a long-awaited result toward the justice we very hope for since June 25th. His name was so pretty, really, yeah. The Rice family thanked the prosecutor's office for its investigation of Mrs. and well, for as terrible as this is, and I would say the family, I know exactly about this. I don't know anything that they went through. This lady isn't guilty of murder. Why? For turning in their mother. So they were fighting. They saw Rice walking her dog. South testified Kearney got out, grabbed Rice, and slammed her head into the side of the van. Then he threw her in the vehicle. So he did. She's just in the car. They were in a fight, okay. Then he threw her in the vehicle and told Brewster she could either kill the woman or he would kill all of them. So she's got her kids there too. Wait, so should that woman walk? Yeah, I think so. Why? If just based on that, and I would feel so sorry for that family, the Rice's, Mary Rice. But I would say, to have one injustice, does that mean you should have another injustice? And the guy died, and he died in jail, and he was found guilty, and there's some justice in that. I understand they want more. I get that. But put yourself in that position.
What would that be? I don't know exactly what it was, but there was a disagreement, an argument. She's in the car, she's not driving. This guy slams her head into Miriam's head into the car. Everybody's gonna kill her. Absolutely. I hate sometimes having to defend evil actions. I mean, look, I grew up in that neighborhood, so to speak. I know it very well. It was justice served. All I could say to them, and I think this would give them a lot of closure, is if somehow, some way, if the multiverse is a thing, everything's a thing. We have to admit that. But that means time travel is a thing. That means you could go back and save her. There's also some kind of thing too to bring her DNA. Like they have clothing of hers that has her DNA. It'd be like a machine. You put your DNA in it and it would like create either a clone of you or what your children would have looked like, because people really want to know what her life would have been. And imagine someday she, what would it be? I mean, it would be like, this is what you do. Hey, do you have anything of Miriam's? Yeah. Here's something. You get DNA off of that, and you put it in a machine, and it knows what your DNA sequencing is. It knows where everything is, and it can create an embryo, perhaps a fertilized embryo, of what you would have grown up to be. So it would be exactly her, and then she would be like 20 years old, and you tell her a story and be like, you were once alive, or an element of you. I don't exactly know how to describe it, but it would be like the world felt you were special enough that they did not win. And then they go away. And so somehow the science brought you back. That's cool.
Yosh, what's wrong? Huh? You're crying. No, you're crying. No, no, man. I had a lot of pepper. I had a lot of pepper earlier. Yosh should be like, I had a lot of pepper.
So when they, well, I'd never heard that word before. What the fuck is that? And okay, you don't know what murder is? So that's when you kill somebody. I was like, oh. And then I think he realized that I didn't know what I was young. So how old were you? Well, I might have been 6 or 7. Probably. I think I mean, she was 3 when I died. She was 3 when I was 3 when she died. I wasn't like 8. But then I remember it was like, Mom, did you know someone was murdered? And it was like, Dad, why the hell did you tell me that? And he's like, what? I didn't. It happened. And I just remember being like, that. Then my grandfather, we went, I don't want to say we went fishing other places. I would be like, the fish here are, he would say the fish aren't very big. And we'd go to the river, which is like any other river. And we would go. And then I thought to myself, I just didn't know if that was true or not. And then I remember it because I saw now I would read the local paper and it would be like, oh my god, really young. So that's the first moment about which I knew that made me. Was that their neighborhood? It shocked me because it was such a place for that ever to happen. Well, they spent 30 years advocating for all those people, but at the end of the day, they want justice, they want vengeance. They were told to do that. She was told to do that. The kids testified to that. Now, it would be different. I would absolutely say this. It would be different if she had absolutely no one backing her up, saying it was either she or I. If no one else said that, I'm sorry, I don't believe you. But other people said that. If other people are saying that, that's one of those situations where it's like, do you kill your child or your spouse? Or do you have to kill your... Choose between children. Really? Yeah. Choose your spouse or your parent. Your parent or your... or your child. I mean, they're like difficult situations, but... And do I think that it's a terrible situation? All I could say is that there'd be like a project. Then you can go back anywhere. And it would be like, you don't know this, but you were Lucille Ball. And somebody be like, who the fuck is that? Somebody would who was a young person, they'd be like, oh, 10-year-old girl. Like, you know, you were another one of those. So put it in this fucking blender. Chocolate. These kids be like throw pieces at someone like a monkey. Why don't you? I'd be like, hey. Be like, dude, we need a little Vivian Vance. It's like, okay, let's get a little Vivian Vance. So we gotta go to Vivian Vance estate and be like, hey, does Vivian Vance have any old tampons around here, or like a hair clip, or anything that would have her DNA? And they'd be like, oh yeah, here's her old lipstick tube. And they'd be like, oh, we got Vivian Vance's lipstick tube. And it's like, then we put it in this fucking machine, and it's like, boom, and then it's like it like creates a little baby in like a test tube, which becomes a thing. Not just test tube babies, but what do you call this? People who don't have a belly button, they're like people born in a tube. I don't know how to describe it. Right. You shouldn't make fun of it. Or people with a belly button. Really? Yeah, a lot of girls wear their pants over here now. And I'm like, oh, some people say. Alright, cool, man. So we've got so there's like a baby Vivian Vance going. And they could be different ages. So you could have like Lucille Ball and Vivian Vance, and they could be like, you could have like Vivian Vance be like 10 years older than Lucille Ball, 10 years younger, or the same age. Let's have them be whatever they were in the show. I think Vivian Vance was always a little older, but that's just because she was with William Brawley, who was like the whole world would be watching this, and the kids wouldn't even know. They'd be like, oh yeah, they'd just be like raised by like regular people, and then it'd be like, dude, these kids are such good chocolate rappers. It's like, huh? Oh my god, they are the best candy stripers there are. Are those technically candy stripers? They have like different roles technically, but
So it'd be like these, like, I don't know. We'd watch them and it'd be like, one day they would just find themselves on this fucking belt, and they'd be like, "Hey Lucy, what do you think's going on in here?" "I don't know, Vivian." "Why is it that your nickname's Ethel? Why do we call you Ethel? They'd be like, "Hey Vivian, why do we call you Ethel?" And she'd be like, "I don't know. Everybody calls you Lucy. But on all my, like, important documents, it says Vivian, but my nickname's Ethel." It's like, oh, okay. So, anyway, Ethel, what do you think we should do? What do you think we should... I don't know, random ass belt here, and there's these chef's hats. Let's put them on and see what we've got.
Candy will pass by on this conveyor belt and continue into the next room where the girls will pack it. Now your job is to take each piece of candy and wrap it in one of these papers and then put it back on the belt. You
Bonbons?
understand? Yes, sir.
I think.
Yes, ma'am. Wait here, somebody's asleep at the switch.
What are you doing up here? I thought you were downstairs boxing chocolates. Oh, they kicked me out of there fast. Why? I kept pinching them to see what kind they were. It's an important department I've been in. I didn't do so well either.
All right. So this is your last chance. One piece of gold.
Well, this is easier. Yeah, we can handle it, okay? Ethel, what can I think of? And you're doing splendidly. Speed it up a little.
They Right, so what about it? Well, we'd have like a little baby Vivian Vance, a little baby Lucille Ball, but you'd have to call one Ethel and the other Lucy, and then they wouldn't really understand why. They'd be like, they'd just grow up in it, and really little Vivian would be like, who the fuck is Mrs. Mertz? And I think Lucy would be like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, little Ethel. Why did they call you little Ethel? I don't know. Why did they call you little Lucy? I don't know. We had a little Lucy. Who's little Lucy? Little Lucy and the story of grandparents. Big Lucy and little Lucy. Why? Big Lucy was married to Lucy's father, and Lucy's father died. But they had a child named Little Lucy. She was a teacher for like, I think 50 years. And she was a very good teacher. And so Big Lucy named her daughter after her. And we also have like someone, we did like there's Big Captain, Little Captain. Really? And Big Cat is one of the funniest people all time. So is Little Cat. Really, they're very, very, very funny people. What about Big Loose and Little Loose? Not nearly as funny as Big Cat. Really good. So we'd have little Vivian, and little Ethel, and little Lucy, and they'd be like, why do we have to eat? Why do we have to live? Why do we have to fucking? Why is our job in this chocolate factory? And then the whole world would just be like, this is the funniest thing of all time. And then one day it would be like, hey, watch this episode. That's really you. And it would be like, we took those hats, took a red hair from the one and a blonde hair from the other, and took the DNA, and one of you is that one and the other one's that one. What would you do at that point? They'd probably be like, okay, well, can we stop making fucking chocolate? And because you're not making it, you're wrapping it. You're like, whatever. This job sucks. And then they'd live their normal lives, and it would just be and that's it. Yeah, I mean, what else do you want them to do? You want to see my favorite one? This is my favorite one. My favorite Lucy. Well, no. Lucy does a comedy on it. Really? I love Lucy and she's with me. Where's happy She was doing all her own stunts, kids. Why? Well, she's up 3 floors. Lucy did all her own stunts. Lucille Ball always did all her own stunts. Everyone knows that. All the actors. Those stunt people would be very, very big. They would understand as part of the role was to make these people look big, and it would make their roles even bigger. Because people get really into stunt people and like learn the name and stuff. You know. Bro, but he does his own stuff. Yeah, I guess. But it's more good too. Alright, cool, man. We'll be able to see in the high spot with follow track and stuff. But this is terrible. Lucille Ball did all her own stunts. Everyone knows that. Everybody knows that. Lucille Ball did all her own stunts? Yeah, man. Lucy goes, I have to talk about this one. Why? I talked about this at one time, and I already did it, but I think it crashed or something. But it's for people to understand like what happens in labor. So basically, her water's gonna break, kids. What does that mean? This is like a big one. So Lucy goes into labor. This is it. So Ricky, Ricky as a so there's a little Ricky. Father. Now, keep in mind, this is a very different time, but definitely a person of color on television. But some people saw it that way. I, as a kid, never saw it that way. Why? Because they were in black and white already. But he had such a strong accent. Yeah, but it was like, it wasn't like I never saw him as a person. 'Cause I don't know. It just was like, it has to do with the times. But Cuba was kind of had a different relationship with the United States than, say, like Mexico did, and so a little Cuban heritage perhaps might have been on television before someone perhaps, I'm not always certain that's true, but same with Puerto Rico. They're not all the same, but they all have unique histories. So somehow, some way, Desert Hernandez meets Lucille Ball, and they're on the show. They have a company together, which would be really big. Why? It was like a female-owned company way back when, but like women were, or a female star, like she had created. Power over most of what happened in Italy to some extent, and that just wasn't made up. She had her own show. These were big things. She had the #1 show on television for many years, and that's when everyone watched it. So everyone knew what it was, and on top of that, they were able to get Desi on television because he was a musician. And so he was like, well, he's able to do something in addition. And he's really the first on television? Would you say that? I don't know what the first person. Is he a person of color? Okay, this would be Ethel Waters, actually. One off Friday on NBC. Let's read through this. Oh, I know. Maybe not the first person of color, maybe on the #1 show on television. That's something. Really, yeah. And it's still not an African American person. I mean, to the point where like there was still progress to be made, but that was a start to where it was. So there's Julia, 1960 to 1971. So super huge, dude. Don Cornelius. Peace, love, and soul. Everybody knows that. Good times? Oh yeah, hell yeah. Dido Vibe. Really? Of course, Dido Vibe. Jeffersons. To the upper east side. To dealers apartment in Skyline. Marla Gibbs gets really big. Really? It's so funny. She does this fucking interview with Tim Conway Jr. and it just got off to a bad start. Tim Conway Jr. just reads her fucking Wikipedia. And the Wikipedia says, like, she got her start in 1962. And so he's like, oh, so Marla Gibbs is here. She's like, oh, thanks, Tim. How are you? He's like, oh, I'm doing great, Marla. How are you? Oh, it's great to be here. Well, you got your start career in 1962. She's like, no, I didn't. She's like, oh, well, when was that? She's like, I got my career start in 1964. But it was whatever the year was. It was like, oh, okay, well, and that was on this show, and she's like, no, it was not on that show. It was on this show. And it was, oh, fuck. 0 for 2. Really? Yeah. The Cosby Show, of course. A Different World. Big. Those fucking glasses are big. That girl who spoke black. Oh, it was big. Fresh Prince. Boom, boom, boom. Now this is a story all about how my life got flipped to the upside down. I like to think man, just so one that you put it on the go to the top comes over. That would be the short one. But yeah. So it was. What's called up in Buenos Aires, military, but outside it's still not mentioned. I found cool and people outside as well. And a couple of guys who opened up there. Started making trouble in the neighborhood. Guys all over fights. Got catch. Sketch. A whistle for a cab and when it came in, the lights of some fresh that guys came in. The only thing I could say was that I was very young. I pulled up to the house about 7 or 8 and I yelled to the cab again. Put the looking go. I was standing in bed, shit on my throat. T's golden age. What is that? It was a gap. You were still trying to look at that one fucking picture. Really? Yeah. When this is fucking. How much you like fucking. Right, this. Wait, yeah. Are you done? Hey, listen now, Andy, the honeymooner. Mom, the picture of ours in here, other than that. The Volker, I love Luke. Okay, so here you go. I Love Lucy, 1957. The blockbuster hit starring the husband and wife team with Lucille Ball and Des Arnaz revolutionized TV in multiple ways. There are various scenes of Lucy stuffing grapes in a wine vat or being confounded by chocolates on a candy assembly line or shot in Hollywood. Now broadcast live from New York City, as were many shows of the day. This sitcom was the first shot before a studio audience using at least 3 cameras, setting the trend for TV entertainment productions for decades to come. It also shot with 35mm film, a much higher quality medium than other shows use. Allowing Ball and Arnaz to pioneer the use of syndicated reruns, and at a time when most Hispanic Americans face deep discrimination, I Love Lucy, against producers' early wishes, showcased its star's multi-ethnic marriage. It was America's most because of the scene. So, like back in the day, they never talked about how were you told kids were born? Okay. Story. That's awful. Yeah, I remember we were at school and people were like, how are babies born? They would ask the teacher that, and the teacher would say, you can ask your parents. And, or how are babies born? Okay, so then what? One day some kid's like, dude, I know the answer to that. I don't know who it was. Really? Yeah. Actually, I think it was one of the girls who knew why. They had an older brother, older sister, or something. And so, what did they say? That like the penis goes inside the vagina. It was very, very simple, and it was like. It was like, huh? Because as a child, like most children, all children, think that all women have vaginas if they're girls and penises if they're boys. All boys think they have vaginas if you're a girl and penis if you're a boy. You just think everybody has the same stuff. So, then it's like, what, something different? Yeah, something. Okay. So then it'd be like, it's not like you get paid. Okay. There was so then what? My mom got me. It's called How a Baby's Born. Or How Babies Are Made. That's what it's called. And it's a pop-up book. You know what pop-up books are? So you go through it, and it's like, what's the part about sex? It says the exact words were, sex is a special hug between two people that can result in the fertilization of an egg. And then it would show fertilization of an egg in the next page. It was in the bottom, and it shows an egg being inseminated by a spermatozoa, and then it just goes through, and you see a woman, or you see a person becoming pregnant, and then it kind of, I think you follow the child up to age 3 or something like that. Really? Yeah. Oh my God, there's this fucking book I have to read. It's so hard to read. Okay, wait, it takes 2 more. Hold on. Okay, is that the end of the penis thing? No. So then I'll never forget in school, 5th grade. 5th grade, we're in religion class, and somebody raises their hand. We're reading the Bible, and they start talking about certain. Yeah, the kids are reading, and it's like reading. It's like, oh, the uncircumcised should not abide, and it's like, raise your hand. It's like, yeah, what's circumcision? Or what's that word? Or what is it? And Mrs. McHugh, I'll never forget, was like, what, you don't know? And I had known because I remember this conversation that we had at my uncle's house. It was like, wait, I had a circumcision? You cut this fucking thing off? Like, so you had to do something? Like, I didn't really. Well, and I'll never forget how she did this with her finger. She took her finger like this, and she goes, well, what is done is the skin is pulled back, cut around, and the foreskin is removed. And it's a very common process, and everyone bursts into laughter. The whole fucking class. Why? Even those of us who had them, like, our teacher just made her finger like a penis. No matter what. They could have been like, it's a process where they step on your testicles and would have been like, okay, that's great. Oh my God, she made her fist into like a testicle thing. It was so funny to see your teacher like, I'll never forget, she went like this. And it was like, okay, so she's like, stop it, now stop it, now stop it. Everyone, stop. Now, I had this one teacher, this is what you would say. She didn't know this word, but I'm not saying she didn't know the word, she didn't use it. I had this other teacher, University of Chicago grad, and teachers just start using this in class. When you want kids to just shut the fuck up, just say decorum, 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 really? Decorum. That's all you say, decorum. It's actually an excellent thing to say. So, yeah. And so it's saying, calm the fuck down, you little bitches. And you do what would you do what he'd say? Fuck no, we didn't take this teacher seriously to some extent, but he just said the quote. Okay, wait, keep going. Get a fucking story about. Oh, vagina penis. No, we had a book. Oh, hold on, there's this other book. Wait, I have to say this though. So, I Love Lucy has this scene where Lucy's pregnant. This episode airs.
Listen to this. Dear Mr. Ricardo, my husband and I are going to have a blessed event. I just found out about it today and I haven't told him yet. I heard you sing a number called We're Having a Baby, My Baby and Me. If you would sing it for us now, it would be my way of breaking the news to him. Isn't that wonderful? Of course, I
And baby, like baby and me. You'll read it in windshells. To our family tree. We're pushing our marriage. How proud I will be. There's nothing like marriage. Your mother, father, and they'll agree. We'll have toys, baby clothes. She'll know what to enjoy us by and by when she grows. Maybe she'll live in the White House. Definitely having a baby. They're having a baby. They're having a baby. My baby. And me. So they have, if you don't shut the fuck up, I swear to God, I'm gonna show you. Why? They're gonna have Little Ricky. Then they're gonna have another cast member. It's a big fucking deal. So, what happens from a scientific standpoint? So my kids are how to explain to them. Alright, so Lucy, we read that book, right, kids? Okay. So Lucy is going to have a baby, and Desi, as an excellent father, being as prepared as possible. So what does he do? He's running the family, his local family, whatever you may consider your home. But his family is William Brawley, aka Fred Ethelberts and Vivian Vance Ethelberts. And what he's going to do is run a dry run, so to speak, perform a dry run with the little team that they have there. And as I recall, it turns out to not be such a dry run. And so what happens? Her water breaks. Now, normally in a television show, not in a television show, normally you might see it, but in some women it does not break. Many women don't know that, but in some women, water does not break. Only that's like deep midwife knowledge. But that's the thing. And so, well, what is water breaking? It's a mucus sac in your vaginal canal that is created when you get pregnant. It's part of the natural process. But basically, your belly is so large that it can no longer hold this baby. This baby is going to pop the balloon, so to speak. And that mucus needs to go somewhere. So it goes out the vaginal canal, and it needs to go somewhere. So if you're wearing a skirt, it can, underwear can go there, it can go drop to the floor, it can get on your clothes, and it's just a natural thing. It'd be like, it's not anything to fear, is what I'm trying to say. It would be like snot, I guess. If I had like a fucking really snotty nose, same shit. Okay, so what? But it wouldn't. Necessarily the same kind of white. It's more clear. Was that it? No. I mean, it's close. Hey, Lucy and Superman. It's close. I thought they rehearsed it though. Yeah. Exactly. Oh, maybe I accidentally hit them. I bet I accidentally hit it or something. Okay, here it is. So, here's the first thing. He's taking charge. He's leader. Okay. So now, even though Fred is perhaps older than Ricky, he is referring to Ricky's leadership, and Ethel is just listening. Great job, Ethel. We love you. We love little Ethel. We love little Vivian. We love it all. Thank you for your leadership skills.
As soon as we get the signal, you rush to the phone. Alright. Now, you carry the suitcase.
Fred's on board. What's he got to do? William Frawley's got to carry the suitcase. We're clear. Ethel is calling the doctor. Fred is carrying the suitcase. Ethel, phone, Fred, suitcase. Ethel, phone, Fred, suitcase.
Mr. Lucy, I'll get her called. See that she gets downstairs, alright? And we'll hail a cab. Now, let's rehearse.
But this is actually, if you're having children, it's a very good thing to do to go through the rehearsal on this happens.
Let's make believe that Lucy just came out of the bed. And she comes out of the bed. And she says, the time has come.
time has come.
Hello, Dr. Harris. We're leaving for the hospital with Mrs. Ricardo now. Goodbye.
Hey, that was pretty good. We did that in a few seconds.
Now let's do it again so we'll have everything perfect.
Okay, our main thing is to be calm, so we don't get Lucy excited. That's right. We gotta keep calm. All right. Begin now. Right. Are you ready? Okay. Now Lucy goes out of the room, and she says, "The time has come."
Time has come.
Hello, Dr. Harris. We're leaving for the hospital with Mrs. Ricardo now. Goodbye.
Hey, that was even better than before. Yeah, that was fun. Okay, now we know what to do. Now let's put this stuff right where it was so we know
The
where it
time
goes.
has come.
That was right, yes, that's wonderful. Just think.
This is it. It even says it perfectly. This is it. Gonna get big. You should be like, oh, dude, I've got a hernia, ulcer.
I'm gonna be a godmother.
So they practice this twice.
Ricky, this is it.
The time has come. You can see these are little plates. Come on. Officer Lawrence. Yeah, I should be like, I should try that going. I should try that going. It's really great, man. Really, yeah. You'd be like, I should try that. I'd be like, dude, it's really good. You'd be like, how dry is it? I'd be like, it's fucking fun. He'd be like, how dark is it? I'd be like, really? Yeah. Are you done? Are you done? Hey, dog. Oh, dude, save it. There's your... Dude. Save patrol. Save patrol. 2, 3, 4, 9. How could you do that phrase? Wait, let's see. ISISISS. I've said this is ISISR. ISREA. Wait, how did I do it before? ISISR. ISREAL. ISISI. I-S-I-R-A. Is that right? I-S-I-S-I-R-E-A-L. That's not it. That sounds like Mississippi. I-S-I-S-I-R-E-A-L. I-S-I-S-I-S-I-R-E-A-L. How does that spell? I-S is I-S-I-S-I-R-E-A-L. It doesn't. It's Israel. I love it. Israel. Like Thin Lizzy. It's like Thin Lizzy. Israel. Really? I-S-I-S-I-S. Yeah. I-S-I-S-I-S-I-R-E-A-L. Let's go. Israel. I-S-R-I-E-A-L. Let's go. Israel. It's actually a really good chant, so it's not a bad idea to just take up the name instead of Israel. Israel, of course, but it's Israel. It's like, oh, it's super. It's like when it's being all gangsta, it'd be like Israel. Really? Yeah. Then you can do I-S-I-S-I-R-E-A-L. Let's go. Israel. Right? Yeah. That's a good one. Nice. Yoshibek. It's got to be right into the Quran. And his S's are backwards. Really? I-S. Really? Yeah, like Ashley Lynch used to make an S backwards. I-S-R. It's got to be one of those backward R's as well, like Russian R's. R-E-A. Hey dog, remember when you taught us about biology through Lucille Bell's vagina? I was like, I do. What I do. Why? So, he looked like a monkey. The way he said this, he would go, ba-da-doo, ba-da-doo-doo. Oh, really? Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah. Well, I tried to get it so, but I guess it didn't go. As I said again, until you better win. You lied to me. All those times I said that I love you, you lied to me. Good I tried, you lied to me. Give your deal again, I tried for you, you lied to me. Yes I cried, the turn of the night, yeah, the turn of the night, the turn of the night. My God, I'll be back here. Return of the night. Once again, return of the night. Top of the world. Return of the night. Watch my poor world go without you. Here I am. Now it's in the game. Open slow. Drinking the rain. Swimming night love. Letting all the people know. And I'm back to run the show. With a is on the phone. And the fancy things you done. So relax and carefully while I sing my comeback song. You lied to me, cause she said she never turned on me. You lied to me, boy you did, you lied to me. All this pain you made, I had no fear. You lied to me, but I do. Return of the night, return, oh my God, oh, and I'll be back here, return of the night, once again, return of the world, return of the night, don't you know? My little girl, my turn, stand down, you don't go round and round. Really? Yeah. What's another big song? Oh, Yoshi, oh, What? Such a 112. Why? Why not? Let me tell you what I wanna do. Let me show you what I'm gonna do. We'll speak when I'm out with you. When I get all over you. Can't get enough for you. Always breathing all of you. So sweet, I can't get so good to make my bed. It's been better than the movie screen. You know what I mean? What's that thing? I'm a really good thing. Been thinking about everything. So good to my evening. So I did to you on top, underneath, on the side of you. Better get maybe right next to you. In the front, in the back of you, what up this side of you. They changed his stuff with top 7. Thanks to the fans. Other people who did. Just put people who took time to like this shit. I take forever to do this. And to get the timing right, it's very difficult. The amount of time, like people be like, well, let's take it. This make people feel so good. If you've ever had, there'd be some kind of technology in the future. If you've ever had a piece of like really big file or something that crashed or hacked, you'd be able to get all that information back to somebody. Some kind of piece of equipment. Really? Yeah. Also, if you have like a hard drive that's down, then there's some kind of piece of equipment that you could put by it, and it could take all the data off of that. And you wouldn't have to like fix the hard drive; it'd just pull all the data. Like using Bluetooth, some kind of other technology, 6 or 7G or some shit like that. But it would be literally like, if I didn't want to have to like upload all this information, or it'd be like a anything, crime scene, it'd just go and it would just take all the data off. Are you done? Yeah, he got all the data off of that. I remember when it was like, we can't do this anymore.
Oh. Who was the wildest family you knew growing up? Oh, Browns. Right. They were the wildest. They were the most normal, but they did some wild shit. Really? No, I say that. I mean, they live in Chicago, so everything they did always seemed bigger. But yeah, I mean, we didn't know that many crazy people. It did not happen. Damn, that's cool. Not that they do that, but that's that they spread it. Are you gonna take on the ecosystem in a big fucking fan boat? Like in fucking... Who are those fuckers? Yo. Yo. I'd be like, oh dude, I don't even need carriers. There should be like... You can't just fight them from a fucking city. You gotta... Dude, I think one of those things just fell. Really? Dude. Yosh.
Where the fuck is that fucking termite shit? Dude. Yoshi. Dude, you have so many of these things. You don't need them. Oh, wait. There's kind of like a thing you can do. Hey, Yosh. Yoshi, we have so many. No, we don't need that. Why? They don't attack or anything. So that's actually a pretty good thing. Get a bunch of them because they could attack in real life. It'd be fucking great. Yeah. Literally just fly up to your fucking enemy in a back door and just destroy them. Alright, well, shout out to the University of Algiers. Is it Algiers? Algiers or something? Algiers? Algiers? Is that what Algiers is? Or is that that's Ajou, that's that fucking shit that you have with it. What do you call that sandwich? Reuben? No. Reuben? Ajou? Reuben with Ajou? With juice. French dip. That's what it is. French dip. Alright, well, you can play this song you want, you know. Your username is what your future partner does to you during sex. How fuck do you? Bible Rabbi 19. What? Oh, that's kind of. I was expecting that. Oh my god. Oh my god. You are absolutely right. What a fucking piece of shit. Really? Yeah, man. Just like a fucking monkey. Is this a Norms? Did they take a shit out of Norms? No, it's green, not orange. It could be a Starbucks. This could be a Starbucks. Oh, it's a person who works there. The person who works at Starbucks just took a shit and threw it at him. Really like a monkey. Oh my god. Just like fucking Zoo. Oh man, I was gonna be like, oh please don't make this a thing. I wish I could shoot that easily. Big old bear. There's nothing. It's a person. Oh my god. I was gonna say that you might shoot that thing. Big cops. He got him. I think it's real. Like that stands up like a human choking. How do you revive like that one? How do you revive it? This is like the moon movie. Good play. Oh yeah. Hello. Hello. That becomes a thing. A fajita slap in face game. Fajitas are thing of that. So cute. Fucking Murray. Oh god, stop. Why? I mean, that's cool and stuff, but like, you're very strong, and I don't like that. So I like my girlfriend. So. Maybe that's cool in the future, super strong, but right now. Okay, I don't want to be like anti-me. Okay, what the fuck is this thing? When I was nice, someone back. Wait, yeah, why? Oh, it's just like. But they took off the socks. Take off your socks, dog. Dog, take off your socks. What the fuck am I watching here? Why is he going back? Oh, he didn't work on that. They should have dug out the other side of the pipe, fucking idiot. That's about it. Dug out on the other side and get it. So, yeah. You guys are dumb. You guys are really dumb. Good thing he took all the socks. Get in there. Get your Tommy thing. Look at how easily you can move a cart in the water though. Oh fuck, is that some money? Oh no way, he got it out. Holy fuck. What is this? That was a deadly plant. Look at, what is that? It's a carnivorous plant. What's it called? What is it? The plant houses the frogs, tadpoles, and keep it safe on predators. The tadpoles drive and keep the plant as well as that. Newly discovered naturalistic relationship. Pitcher plant. Different species of pitcher plant. Different species of pitcher. Different species of pitcher. Fuck your pitcher plant! South African truck driver shot at by roadside man. Who's the guy who's driving a fucking thing with the money? What's a fucking difficult job? Driving an armored car in South Africa. I think I'm starting to. God damn it!
Okay, Q. What are your sins? When I was about 13 or something, went fishing with my dad.
Dude, how did I get out? Closer to the ESPN. Nice confidence for our children. Well, on duty in his cruiser? Was that true? I was crying. But this is so funny. That message is allegedly protested her finger by releasing swords and bees onto the leaves. Even scared animals. As it is bees. It's nothing to the village. Rory Susan Woods. Shout out to Rory Woods. Oh, there's one thing. Shout out to one day. Rory, he was impressive alarms. But yeah. Yeah. So they were there, and she ripped the lids up the crates and made the bees very aggressive. She put on a professional keeper's outfit to carry a tower of bees to the home's front door. The bees stung several cops and other innocent bystanders. The sheriff's office said Woods faces 4 counts of assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, 3 counts of assault by means of a dangerous weapon. The charge is disorderly conduct. I'm just thankful no one died because the allergies are serious. Robert Hoffman, Chief Deputy of Emergency. Fuck you. Let's get that one close. Why? Dude, you should be like, you can do, when they come to evict you, you can see termites. I'd be like, get up. They'd be like, no. 3 men in prison for over 20 years, freed after officer found guilty. Look at these guys. This guy just looks like, I don't know. I'm just looking at this guy. I look him in the eye and I'm like, you're dancing around. Really? That's sad. Right now, it should be Kunta Gable. Kunta Gable. And Roy Nelson. I know this isn't. They should probably bankrupt a lot of places, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't care. If you get your sentence free for every year you were in jail, you should get $1 million. In the future, probably $1 million is maybe when I was a kid, it was big. So like, these guys were in jail for like 36 years or something. They get 36 years. Really? shout out to the Guardian. Why do I have to read this? And within the shoot ideas on the defensive trail. That's 20 years. Rainbow Halloween Factory. This shit sounds so fun. Nobody's going to give a card. Give your cards for $1,000. No one is going to give your cards for $1,000. But if they don't like film well, they'll go out and put credit if they have it. They go to child. So it's exactly what their treats. It's every night. Really? Is it? Yeah. No one, when I was a, I would just say this. When I was a kid, there were no, maybe in the future there would be, but there were absolutely no confirmed candy that, I remember my grandfather would go through Smarties. The Smarties, the candy. And she had her dad look at like, what do you think of it? He's like, that looks like regular candy. Do you think you can eat it? Yeah. Okay. That's what you did. Is it delicious? What is this shit? Remember, oh, like candy that looks like a pill, right? Just like a, any candy that looks like a pill, right? Just like a, just that's not the only game I got to do. And hard work comes over $100 million. These guys right now. You come back and you come. What about literally use a stock photo from it? I'd say they should be ashamed of themselves for abusing their position of authority like that. But neck away for this thing. Really? Really, Yosh? Yosh, do you think you got another thing? Yosh? Oh shit. Yoshi. What is this? Yellow. Yes, soon we'll come back. It's gonna happen anyway. My year should be like, yeah, can't do it.
In 1954, the United States was marked with unrest, with the bus boycotts in Montgomery, and Brown versus the Board of Education still under deliberation. The social climate was changing rapidly.
So, I know what he said there. He said the bus boycotts. But when he says that, when I hear it, sometimes I think of a bus boycott, which is like a place where someone who helps a server at a restaurant would be, like a bus boy or a bus girl, bus person. But when you bus, what's busing? It's like when you clean up a table at a restaurant. And so, oh shit, is this on you? So when he would refer to the bus boycotts, I'd think like they'd sleep on somewhere, and it's like a cot. We had these cots when I was in third grade, when I was 3 years old, even younger than that. We had to take naps on it, like take naps. First, like sexual feeling I ever had to that one song. Can you feel about being good? I was like, can you feel Really? Yeah, I was 3. Yeah, and I was a teacher with blue eyeshadow. She was really good. I think that's what it is. She's got some problem. Really good. Do you understand? Do you feel the pain? Am I only dreaming? you are sleeping, you belong to me. And if you accept me, then I'm all with you. Is this perfect? Yours. He's like, huh? He's like, you got something here. He's like, ah, good.
It was in this context that one man, Cyrus Halloway, made history when he took on the rural town of Hartsfield, Alabama.
I take on the little town of Hartsfield, Alabama.
I'm Philip Houston. In 1954, the United States was marred with unrest, with the bus boycotts in Montgomery, and Brown versus the Board of Education still under deliberation. The social climate was changing rapidly. It was in this context that one man, Cyrus Halloway, made history
Ow.
when he took on the rural town of Hartsfield, Alabama. It was a hot day, and I was working double shift at steel mill.
Hold up. So what's my life?
Halloway made history when he took on the rural town of Hartsfield, Alabama.
That's what I do. I take on the rural town of Hartsfield, Alabama. Why? I could just imagine waking many mornings and going, oh god, I gotta take my first shit off.
It was a hot day. Double shift at steel mill. Between shifts, I went outside. All myself, saying before, boy, you should sell
Hold on, I just have to say to that person in the YouTube comments, they lost the person they loved February 3rd, 1990, 11 days before their wedding, in a car accident. Those are people we get back. If they, I'm sure they had something of theirs that has their DNA. That's new.
you say would change my life. To me, signified nothing else but early stages of but
The closest colored bathroom was located in the basement of the steel mill near the boiler room.
all that Todd was disgusting. Blood in the wind, my cheeks. My only option at that time, I could in my trousers. That's what I could pay at the time. It was the right restroom. Risky, but so was one not.
Mr. Hardaway proceeded to go to the white restroom and take what would be known as one of the most significant dumps in American history. After the historic dump began, one of Holloway's co-workers, Austin Stringer, entered the restroom. He immediately called the local police who were being followed by a television crew.
That's all the whole projects I did out there. How about you guys first? I did it from top of the stage.
Desecration of wide facility with Negro feces. Here's your evidence. Cyrus was charged with using a white rest facility and faced 9 years in prison. Word spread quickly around Hartsfield and the nation at large. Civil rights activists throughout the United States descended on this tiny Alabama town almost immediately. It was the first and largest demonstration of its kind. The nation's first. It made national news. The American Legal Society picked up the case and took it all the way to the Supreme Court.
Legal matters. That is the funniest sign ever.
Holloway versus the state of Alabama. Supreme Court rules in favor of Mr. Holloway. My opinion, no matter what color of your skin, feces will be brown. Except for the clay colored ones. Of course, the spinach green. No matter what the hue of yours, it will undoubtedly stink.
Oh, so why the fuck did you cry about the fucking lady that you shot? No, that song. But we had to take naps. We had cots. And these cots were made out of seatbelt material that were like unbreakable cots. I mean, to cut through a seatbelt, it is a very difficult thing to do. It can be done, but to make shit out of seatbelt material, it's like it lasts forever as a clothing, as like a cloth. It does not tear. And, like whatever they make, like whatever my tag, I don't know what my tag is, this tag is like a special kind of fiber. It lasts a long time. A lot longer than regular.
For the last 20 years, on Chicago's South Side,
West Side.
a violent war has been waged between two bitter enemies, the 19th Street Gangsters
Kids.
and the River Terrace crew.
Kids, this is our history of the South Side of Chicago. This is the history of the South Side of Chicago.
For the last 20 years, on Chicago's South Side, a violent war has been waged between two bitter enemies, the 19th Street Gangsters and the River Terrace crew. Were beginning to over a pair of basketball shoes. Not just any basketball shoes. These were Nikes. A-Dog A,
Hey, okay.
the snake white called
Hey,
out
hey.
after a rival member of the 19th Street
That's
Gangsters, General Cornrow Wallace, made minor contact with his shoes.
Hey, hey. Hold on. My friend and I were on the house, right on the house. Credit to him. Why? He used to just knock on my door. Not even knocking, he just he'd be like, hey, dog. And he
After a rival member of the 19th Street Gangsters, General Cornrow Wallace, made minor contact with his shoes. The snake knew then that he would have to fight him. The snake was down, but not out. He returned to the crew's clubhouse and rallied the troops with a most impassioned speech.
Wow.
Wasting no time, the crew commenced settling on any sneakers to let them know who ran the projects. General Cornrow Wallace pulled out a gun, unheard of at that point in street fighting. The resident called 911 immediately. Police showed up promptly 4 hours later. Cornrow was sentenced to 7 years in prison. His time there will be formative, to say the least. His roommate in jail was a man named Tyrone Biggles. He hailed Cornrow with stories of a new way to make cocaine. It's great. It's great. And it's so simple to make. All you need is some cocaine and some baking soda. And a thick of tasting egg and cinnamon. Cornrow immediately alerted his friends on the outside via a letter.
That's it. On the bed. Yes.
Started locking stuff up and selling it on what little space they still controlled. They had made hundreds of thousands of dollars in mere weeks. In no time, Snake and his crew followed suit. Money made fueled what became a heated arms race between the two. concert. Newly released from prison, Rear General Corporal Wallace was shot in his head. The funeral was somber and filled with cornrows signatures. The funeral passed without incident. What the crew did next left the hardest thugs. The crew went to the graveyard and dug up General Corporal Wallace's body, absconding with it to their hideout. The incident was videotaped and sent to members of the 19th Street Gangsters. Tensions between the gangsters and the 19th Street crew rage to this day. Most of the original members of the gangs are either dead or in jail. But we did speak to one member, Earl the Snake White. Ironically, he now works at a friendly shoe source in a strip mall on the exact location where the Cardinal Projects once stood. All right, Snake, doing what you do now, was it all worth it? Yeah, it was tragic. Can you repeat the question? For the History Channel, I'm Jeff Frankel. Good night.
This is good.
Since its inception, there's often been accused of racism. But is it racist? And if so, who are the culprits? From my neighbor, Dr. Jimmy Johnson, his past was an undying loyalty to his master and his trademarks. That is, until recent allegations surfaced. This is just a hoax. A security guard. For 3 decades, he has waged a personal crusade against the K-pop star. Man, no, there you go, Red Tim. Here I go, Reese. I sold the show. I sold the dog. I said, where do I know this dog from? Similar accusations against iconic animals, breaking decades of silence. I worked with him for 2 years. That disgusting bigot ass. This is Mr. Ed. Mr. Ed received the written tip. The accusations loved and flippered.
Just. So funny. Well, wait. some elements are funny. Why? No, it's all funny. Why? It's all funny. It's not true. But wait. This show is funny because they hit everybody. Really, yeah. So you'll see. They just don't hit.
It's against iconic animals, breaking decades of silence.
I don't think this part's funny. But I think this part's hilarious.
This is Mr. Yes, Mr. I've seen Red 2-2. The accusation is loud and flipper.
I want that to be a Halloween costume. Well, I'll say this. Do you know? Oh, no. It's, I don't know if Puerto Rican said that work. No, I do. Virgilio Echeverria. Everybody calls him he's Puerto Rican. He's not Mexican. He'll tell you that. He'll be like, I'm Puerto Rican, I'm not Mexican. Not that he would say that to me. No. He would just tell that to people. Just so you know. Really, yeah. And he was a very hard man. What's the funniest fucking shit of all time? Play and hate. Play and hate is all of them. Looks like he wears underwears with holes and pink. Really? Hey. Start out with iced tea. He's just going to suspend chaos.
Gives you another side of the story as we go into the world of the haters. America Undercover presents the Player Haters Ball.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, when I hate, man, it's like a art form, man. You know, it's like, you like a born hater, you know, like myself, man. You know, I can't think they hate me. I mean, I'm mad, you know, I'm mad at everything, man. You know, brother got a nice car, man. Why you got a car, man? I only got one car. Why you got
Oh, yeah, she was 1,000.
you bought it, man, and it's played out, man. I hate on it. At least
Beautiful. I just hit a 1999.
ain't got nothing like me, you know what I'm saying? Cause, yeah, that's what real hate is all about, man. Hey, what's poppin', everybody? It was started.
Probably had it.
Annual Player Haters Award ceremony. It's prestigious verbal abusers on the planet.
But you borrow, you can't hit him. I'm gonna stop playing for Korea. You bitch is better record now. You did. What's your brother just sound like a dog eating motherfucker? Oh, well.
Sexual Player Haters Ball gives us an opportunity to hit on a diverse range. Muck-ass mucks, trick-ass mucks, pop, bitches, and skip-skaps.
Hold on. I don't want to make fun of people. Yeah, hurry.
Especially to the 9th annual International Player Haters Ball. Oh man, man, you corny. Next, say something while I'm talking. He's getting shot. Please. So without further ado, let me give you the nominations for Player Hater of the Year. Y'all ready?
Well,
First up, Buck Nasty. Buck Nasty is nominated for getting his best He's nominated for calling the police on a drug business that moved next door to his house. Not because it was the right thing to do, just because he was jealous of all the money they was making. The one and only Silky Johnson.
football.
Silky Johnson is
Football.
because he was jealous of all the money they was making. The one and only Silky Johnson. Silky Johnson is nominated for calling in a bomb threat to the Special Olympics, man. Winner of the 9th annual Player Hater of the Year award is Silky Johnson.
Bully outside.
For calling in a bomb threat to the Special Olympics, man. Silky Johnson. Kiss my ass. I'm your biggest hater. Silky me 100% red ass. Hit me, baby.
What? How funny is that? Oh, you can come back. First? Yeah. Come on. First is gonna be the TikTok house. Same people. Chad, Stevie,
Needless to say, I was a little surprised to meet the other roommates. Too many black people. They gave us a job running a juice bar. Alright, enjoy. I wasn't really crazy about the way some of the other roommates acted.
that big stick of the red satchel. That's
Hey, guys, you know, we're here to work and not play. You know, we can't have this conversation every day. Why you gonna work so hard, huh? Yeah, man, I wanna see us. Yeah, work. Look at me,
Katie. Badass.
Hi, my name is Katie.
I know we're still young, but I get the feeling that Katie, you know, she might be the one. Tyree made me really uncomfortable the way he was looking at me and Katie. There's something in his eyes that kind of scared me, you know, and it wasn't Hello, Lisa. No problem, Tyree. Be careful if you get a sleeper hold, because the next day your penis will really hurt.
Probably put me to sleep.
Yeah, I'll admit it. My dad came by, I was a little bit concerned. Hey guys, I'd like to introduce you all to my dad.
How about you do that by like two parties? Like that. And do like, sir, yes, sir, without yes, sir. And then I just push plug through. Push plug on this one. Seinfeld set, and I want very bad. Alright. What is this bullshit? Fucking cunt. What is this bullshit? Just like Rick.
Prince was, you know what I'm saying? Prince had on like it was like a Zorro tank outfit.
This is cool. A Dr. Police is like massages you right here. Just leaving it like that. Somebody's like, I do that all the time and it feels so good. Really? 10% of all your stress can be relieved here, in the same spot on your foot. Really? Yeah, a lot of stress can be relieved right here. One second. Oh no.
Versus me.
That's high five where you go around, flat front, where you go. So, yeah, that's a full high five. High five and flat, way down. So what was it? It'd be like. I was at JC Perry. I don't know. He's like, but the first time he's like that. He's like, you didn't finish it. Like, what do you mean? He's like, it's like that. I was like, oh, really? He's like, I don't think it's like that.
I wish I could say the same for you. Flunkies. You guys want some grapes? Storytellers in the world we live in today, bitches. It's half the cost of your phone. Get all the channels you want, all the entertainment you love, at a price that cable can't beat. Try free.
Those would be great costumes. You're right. You're gonna get trained.
especially after the destruction of the temple. Huge sanctuary is a very much bigger than the
Not
Smacking